Good evening, everybody. I want to welcome everybody to our regular meeting, City Council meeting, February 16, 2021. I'm calling the meeting to order at 7:01 p.m. And can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for the nation
And you guys please remain for a moment of silence for first responders and military members. Thank you. Monica, could we get a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilmember Baptista?
Present.
Councilmember Moran?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia?
He's going to try. He gave me a call, and he's going to try to participate. He got called, so he's excused.
Mayor Aguilar?
Present.
For the record, Councilmember King is not in attendance, but his absence is excused.
Thank you. Council, any changes to the agenda? Okay, I hear none. Before we move on, I just want to communicate to the people participating via telephone to please mute your phones. We could definitely hear any feedback if your phone's unmuted. So please take a second and mute your phones. And thank you. Additionally, Jose, if you could do me a huge favor and just introduce your staff members here present in the building.
Yes. Here present, we have Vanessa Portillo, our finance director, Happy Baines, also in our finance department. And we have from engineering, we have Noe Martinez, we have Chief Soria, and let's see, we also have Sergeant Ramirez in the back. I'll leave the surprise for a little later for there. And Animal Control Officer, Christine, so thank you. Am I missing anybody? Oh, our chief, a volunteer chief. Does he wave his hand back there? He's there. All right. I think I got everything on Monica.
Perfect.
And Randy Hatch, wherever he's at. Yeah, okay.
Any staff members on the phone? You want to?
Yeah, we have Jackie Benoit on the line. Are you there, Jackie?
Good evening, Mayor.
Okay.
Hello. All right, guys, let's move on to awards, presentations, and proclamations. Our first presentation tonight will be by Stacy Guzman, Executive Director from Merced County Association of Governments, or MCAG, and this is an annual update. So we really appreciate her coming down. We're with Mary Michael, and looking forward to this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I do appreciate the time that you've allotted to me tonight to connect with all of you. Again, my name is Stacy Guzman, or my in-laws go by Guzman. So I answer to both. I am the Executive Director of MCAG. So I am here tonight to provide you with a few updates. It might feel like a lot, but there are a few to a couple of different agencies that we administer. And those are the BUS, YARTS, and the Regional Waste Management Authority. So when I took on the role as the executive director for the agency, gosh, it's almost been 3 years now, one of my goals was to improve communication between our office and our staff and all of our member jurisdictions. So my goal at that time was to come before each of the city councils in the county at least twice a year. COVID has jumbled that a bit, but here I am, and I appreciate you all making time for me tonight. I know many of you are familiar to, and some of you are new to MCAG. We are a really complex regional joint powers authority, and the city of Livingston is a member, as are all of the other cities in Merced County and the county of Merced as well. Our board it consists of 11 elected officials, which Mayor Aguilar is your representative, and we're happy to welcome Councilmember Soto as his alternate to our board. And we also have several committees that I know some of you have been on. I know Councilmember Moran in his previous role used to serve on our Measure Committee, and I know that Councilmember Soto is part of our One Voice program as well. So our main role at MCAG is as the Regional Transportation Planning Agency. That's just really a fancy way of saying that we help our member jurisdictions like the City of Livingston plan for and fund major transportation projects and transportation priorities. So we receive a number of state and federal funding sources that we distribute out to the jurisdictions. Some of them are very popular and instrumental, like CMAQ is something that I know the City of Livingston has been able to utilize, but we also administer the Measure V program. So Measure V is a half-cent sales tax program that was passed by voters in Merced County in 2016. It generates more than $15 million a year in new revenue, and that's new revenue that has to be spent on transportation in Merced County. To date, the Measure V has already generated more than $67 million of new revenue for our region in Merced County. And if you want to look, Mary Michael had provided folders, I hope you have there. I believe it's on the right side. If you go in on the right panel, there's a fact sheet for Measure V and also the latest annual report, which was last year's annual report. And you'll be receiving the updated annual report in April. So just for the folks that might be new to Measure V, I'll just explain quickly how it works. So the money that comes in through the measure, through the sales tax, 50% of that money is for local projects. So there's a formula that each jurisdiction gets a share of local funding. So the City of Livingston gets every month, I sign a check that comes through our agency for your share of local project funding. And that funding, this council here gets to decide what transportation priorities you'll use that money for. So to date, the City of Livingston, and I should say to date is not accurate, because we fall about a quarter behind in our reporting, but to our last totals, the City of Livingston had received over $1.5 million in local revenue from Measure V. And then in addition to the local revenue, 44% of the full total of money that comes in goes to regional projects, and the City of Livingston is on the East Side Regional Projects Committee. So that means that through the process of allocating those regional dollars, the City of Livingston has been able to obtain an additional $3.75 million for transportation projects. That was $840,000 for the Highway 99 Whitten Parkway on-ramp widening project, $1 million for the Hammett and Campbell intersection improvements, and for a future allocation in the 24-25 year, $1.9 million for the Livingston Transit Center on Main Street. So that's additional money on top of the local revenue that you were able to secure for your regional priorities. And then lastly, for Measure V, I just wanted to mention 5% is set aside each year to help fund transit priorities, and the project that is an annual allocation is a free ride program for seniors, veterans, and ADA eligible passengers throughout Merced County. They're able to ride our transit services for free. And speaking of the bus, I'll transition a little to talk about our two transit agencies, so the bus and YARTS. The bus is the consolidated public transit system in Merced County, and we provide both fixed route and paratransit or dial-a-ride services. And we are celebrating our 25th anniversary. I believe you'll have a 25th anniversary pin inside your lapel pin inside your folders. So as I know everyone can understand, the pandemic has created a number of challenges for transit, as it has just about every other industry and facet of life. We have had to operate a reduced service schedule throughout the last couple of months, just periodically. You know, drivers get impacted by the virus, or, you know, family, like everything else, workforce challenges. But we were able to resume our full service, or our regular service, as of February 8th. And we've also been providing free service since April of 2020, which means any passenger that gets on any of our services was able to ride for free since last April. But we are preparing to roll back in our fare structure, hopefully, I think, by next month. In your folders, you'll also find schedules for both the L and the T routes that serve Livingston, as well as a brochure on our free fare programs. And that's the free fare programs that we have all the time, not just right now. Everything is free, but when we reinstate fares, there's a free fare pamphlet there for our programs. In terms of other updates, I want to just quickly mention that we are preparing to introduce our first battery electric buses into our system in about a year's time. And we're going to be launching a pilot called Microtransit, and it's going to focus in the smaller communities on the west side as a pilot. But if successful, we would be looking at opportunities to be able to expand microtransit on the east side of the county as well. And then I'd have to also mention that we are also this year making a priority to closely monitor the condition of our bus stops throughout the region and catching up on maintenance to make sure that all the cleanliness standards are being met and that all of the lighting, where lighting is provided, is making sure that that experience is safe for all of our passengers. I will mention YARTS. It is a different governing board, but it is still under our agency. That's the Yosemite Area Regional Transportation System. It's a public transit system that operates to Yosemite National Park year-round out of Merced on Highway 140, and only in the summer out of Fresno, Mono, and Tuolumne counties. And it's about helping reduce congestion going into the park and also providing access to the park for people throughout the valley. The park has returned, the national park has returned to a reservation-based system, which means you have to now have a day pass or a day reservation to get into the park. But if you take YARTS, that is not the case. So if you're on a YARTS bus, you get right into the park. But we do encourage you to use our reservation system because we are limiting capacity due to the COVID mitigation strategies that we have in place. And then the best news for last, we are currently offering, well, the last for YARTS, because I still have regional waste. We are offering free passes to Merced County residents right now for YARTS. We have a grant, and so there is a limited supply, but if you go onto the yarts.com website, there's a short little application that you fill out. There's also a flyer in your packet on this. It'll give you a code for our online reservation system, and you'll get free passes, and they don't expire. So go on, get your code, get your passes, and then when the supplies are gone, you still have those passes and you can use them at any time. They don't expire. Okay, and then lastly, I'll just mention regional waste. I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but we do handle garbage for Merced County. So Regional Waste Management Authority for Merced County, we have 2 landfills, the one outside of Merced on Highway 59 and the Billy Wright landfill just outside of Los Banos. We dispose of waste that comes to us from municipal haulers or contracted haulers, like the city contracts with, I believe it's Jilton, for your collection and hauling. And then we also take waste that residents come. You might do your yard work on a weekend, or or small companies, landscapers, those types of folks. So those are our main sources. When waste comes into onto our site, we landfill our trash. We compost green waste, and then we contract out our recyclables. Those are the three waste streams. Some of the products I always like to mention, people can bring out to our landfill for free or at no charge for residents. So your recyclables, if you have a truckload of cardboard, you don't get charged to bring that out to our site. Asphalt, mattresses, clean concrete, meaning if you break up your driveway and there's no rebar in there, you can bring that out for free. And then there's also very minimal fees for tires. If you have tires that you're replaced on your car, you can bring those out. I think it's about $3 a tire or so. And I'm not going to look at Mary Michael because she always will be the one to be like, you're wrong, but I think it's $3 or so. Mostly. There you go. I'll take it. But I do want to mention one thing. State regulations have changed. We cannot take treated wood waste. So if you have treated wood and you took your fence down, you load it up in don't load it up in your truck, because we cannot accept it. The state is no longer permitting us to do that. We do have a flyer in your packet as well about some of the other places that can, but we are trying to get a resolution locally, whether it's a variance or some kind of a permit, so that we can start taking that waste for our residents. Promise I'm almost done. Want to mention our priority projects right now. We're on a really exciting multi-year project that's exploring the use of our methane gas that generates when trash decomposes. Trying to develop a project to pipe that gas, clean it, and pipe it to UC Merced as an alternative energy source for them. That is a priority right now. We're in the middle of a series of workshops with our board. They're all open to the public. And we're also helping our jurisdictions prepare for your organics diversion program. And that might strike a a sour chord with all of us, right? So we're all working together to try to get our organics diversion programs up and running by the end of the year. Last two things, I do want to mention, I want to encourage all of you, everyone here and anyone listening, that you can download our Merced Recycles app. It's an app for your smartphone. Or if you get an email from me, just click at the bottom. It has a little icon, takes you straight to your app store. It's localized alerts for waste collection. So you put in your address as a resident, and it'll say, so if you have a teenager who takes your trash cans out, or anyone for that matter, like my husband loves it, it'll say on your phone, you'll get a ring the night before that says, reminder, set out your trash cans, your trash collection is in the morning. If there's a holiday, it'll tell you your next pickup isn't until Friday or what have you. It also has a great feature for waste. It's called the Waste Wizard. If you have that greasy pizza box or you have a certain type of green, tree trimming, can that go in your green bin or does it need to go in your garbage bin? It'll help sort that based on Jilton's specific requirements for where you live. So that's the one thing. And lastly, our household hazardous waste event is at the Highway 59 landfill on April 17th from 8 to 12. So I know that was a lot, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have or revisit anything that I talked about or not, that I didn't talk about.
Thank you so much, Stacy. This great informational presentation, so I appreciate you taking the time. I know there's a lot of good information there. I'll give the council an opportunity to ask any questions. Jose, any questions, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And well, first of all, thank you for being here and for the informational folder. A lot of great information here. So a couple of things, and then probably to kind of add more information to the people watching at home. In regards to the Measure B, how are roads that are being worked on, how do they become a priority? Especially like county roads. Mm-hmm. Is that based on who's the supervisor in that area, or that way they know who to reach out to?
That's a really good question, and that's one that is, I like giving direct answers, but there's three prongs. If it's whatever the jurisdiction is that the road is located, go to that elected body. So if it is a city road, they'd come to you. If it's a county, I would call Public Works or call your supervisor. If it's and then from there, there's two types of funding it can be used. Those local dollars, which the Board of Supervisors or the city process and the county process for those local dollars are completely up to those bodies. We don't tell them how to spend or prioritize. But I did want to mention, if they are maybe really big county roads that are used as like getting from one town to the other that could be considered a regional priority road, we are going to be starting what's called an implementation plan update. So what that is that all of the elected officials who are helping set priorities for those regional dollars, like the ones I mentioned here, that process will start in a couple of months. So contact the supervisor for that area and make sure they know, hey, this is a project, because the county would then need to sponsor that project for those dollars. So it's two-pronged, but the easiest answer is go to the elected official who represents the area where that road is and make the case.
What I can add to that, Stacy, is both the county and the cities, we are all part of a transportation management system. So we basically look at all of the roads, and all the roads are actually looked at and assessed by a professional. And based on that, there's prioritization in terms of when those roads are, and when we accumulate enough funding, we tackle those. So the county uses the same systems as we do.
Yep, that was actually one of the first efforts, and I think Measure V helped fund some of that, is the pavement management system, and it was a tool developed to help local jurisdictions prioritize based on certain criteria. So that's an excellent point.
And I know that, well, actually I'm not updated on this next question. I remember when it was brought to MCAG in regards to that, or actually I think it was a partnership with UC Merced and Merced College in regards to having students not necessarily have free passes, but being a student, they would be able to have use the service. Is that still continuing?
Yes. So Merced College passed a program that implements a fee upon registration that is much cheaper than buying them if you're a student who rides the bus. So that program is ongoing. Mary Michael's actually the lead on that, and we're just renewing our agreement with the college, so that's in place. And we continue to have a similar program with the UC. So it takes a little different form right now because students aren't going back and forth, but we aren't charging fees right now, so no one is paying. But the long story, yes, both
Okay.
programs still exist, and it's our intention to help make sure that they do continue.
Good. And let's see. The county cleanups, like there was one recently in Stevenson, and there's one on the 27th of this month in Delhi.
Delhi.
Are those under MCAG or are they under who?
They're organized by the jurisdiction, so we partner with the jurisdictions, but
Okay.
we go to every single jurisdiction at the beginning of the year and say, do you want to sponsor your community cleanup? If they do, then we partner to make sure the appropriate disposal services are there, like a mattress container or what have you. But they're ultimately, whether or not they happen, comes down to the hosting jurisdiction. So both the Stevenson and the Delhi are both county events.
Okay.
We help promote them, and we
Okay.
help make sure that the adequate services are there with your hauler and that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, because I wanted to add to that if whenever there are events like that, you know, in any part of Merced County, sometimes some of us can kind of help promote those in other areas, and because I do believe they're very beneficial and they're great for the community as well. So the better use that you know the residents can have from those events, you know, the better.
Great.
All right.
I will make sure Mary Michael's team puts the flyers together for those. So every time we get them, I always make sure to send them to the director. So I will, we'll make sure to include the TRB, the Technical Review Board, which will include Jose, so he can get them out to the whole council whenever they happen. And I
Great.
can get the calendar of all of those events. We have that already set in advance, so that's something that we can get. Oh, it's on the website too.
Yeah.
So I'll get Jose that calendar of all of the community cleanup events, and then we'll make sure the flyers get distributed.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Jose? Maria, questions, comments?
Earlier, you mentioned the conditions of the bus stops, ensuring safety. I just have one concern, and I don't know if that would be something that you work with the city of Livingston. Is it the bus stop right there on B Street, coming right off our roundabout? It's just immediate right off any right-hand turn or going through the roundabout, and it's almost abrupt, as if it does break up the flow of traffic there. So I'm just wondering how, you know, reconsidering moving it down further, or if that's something that can be.
It's absolutely the kind of thing we would want to look into. So
Perfect.
I think that the B Street stop precedes the roundabout, and I know my transit person would tell me you always want to put your transit stop through an intersection so that you're not stopping traffic before an intersection. But for a roundabout, I don't know what the general rule of thumb is. So we can definitely talk about that. So should I, Jose, would you like, we'll connect on that. We'll bring Christine in and we can definitely look at that. We're also in the middle of starting a short-range transit plan to look system-wide. And I know there's some points that we want to specifically pay attention to. So we can look at some safety improvements there.
Any other questions? No? For me, I don't have any questions. I appreciate you bringing the flyers. I appreciate that. It was nice touching bases with you the other day. Great job. You know, you guys do an excellent job. And I look forward to working with you, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. I'm smiling under this mask.
Yeah.
You just can't see it. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to our next presentation. This is by Dwight Larks, our Downtown Livingston Improvement Opportunity.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know where he's at, but staff, public. I wanted to present our zoning text amendment. These happen quite often. I think about 4 or 5 months ago, the city did a different one for someone doing a zoning text amendment just a couple of blocks away for I guess they wanted to do car sales or something. But we want to present our zoning text amendment to you just as an informative kind of a breakdown of what we're trying to do and why we're trying to do it, and sort of what information we're depending on to sort of complete our project. So this actual slide here is a slide that was actually taken from a very expensive report that was done in 2013 by the city of Livingston. It was a very detailed, very in-depth downtown revitalization report, not just for the downtown, but for the city in general. And I think it was paid for by some grant money. And so we dug into that report because we have some property here on the corner of B and Main Street, which is where that bus stop is, by the way, that you guys were talking about. And I do hope it gets moved so that traffic coming in doesn't end up hurting someone. So we looked through the study and kind of turned it inside out and upside down, and we felt that we had a project that fit the criteria and checked almost every single box in that report. So this is just our cover. Do I use this thing to move the slide forward, or? Oh, okay, I'm ready. Cool. So the downtown study identified 3 core challenges for revitalizing the downtown. It basically indicated that because of the location of the exits now, where the 99 stop used to be, the traffic used to flow through the downtown, because the exits were moved, the downtown sort of finds itself in an unenviable position when it comes to traffic and retail traffic specifically. And some of the core identifying parameters that were a challenge for our city was public safety in the downtown. We needed to have some sort of improved walkability so that the downtown can be an enjoyable place to walk through and to visit. And then it also pointed out that the city should be flexible in its zoning to tailor to existing and proposed businesses. So the actual website is at the bottom there for the study, and I encourage everyone that's interested in the growth of Livingston to check out that study. It's really an incredible piece of work. And so I'm ready for the next slide. So our zoning text amendment, what it does is it actually empowers the city council and the city in general to consider projects that are currently prohibited from reaching you for consideration. Currently, the city council is prohibited from even entertaining any kind of proposals as it relates to projects that we're involved in. So we can go to the next slide. So the key benefits of our zoning text amendment are, let me go to the next slide too, sorry. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to create a business in this empty building that we've had for many years. This building is a fully sprinklered building. It doesn't look like this. This is our final rendering of what we'd like to see there. So our zoning text amendment basically allows us to come on full board with our talent, our capital, our energy, and sort of revitalize this corner of downtown Livingston. Our zoning text amendment would allow for this property to increase the tax revenue for the city. It would allow us to improve this antiquated property, although it is a fully sprinklered building in terms of the fire department, which is a plus for us, and for the city, it still needs some revitalization. Our zoning text amendment affects the downtown in a way that it allows other people to maybe come in and say, hey, I'd like to do something with this property or with that property. So it's, again, opening the doors for you to consider on a case-by-case basis what you may or may not wish to see in the city as a whole. So we go to the next one. Our project, our zoning text amendment, allows for the city of Livingston to allow our project to invest in nonprofit organizations that teach children how to fight substance abuse, keep kids off of drugs, And just basically, it's a well-rounded approach to basically opening up new revenues and new avenues for the city to basically explore new options. And it's not always financial. Sometimes it's cosmetic. Sometimes it's the way the traffic flows in the streets and whatnot. But okay, next slide. By allowing a zoning text amendment that we're asking for, it basically allows us to improve this corner, which is where our property sits. Because of the new roundabout, the traffic is on the first slide there on the left. You can see that it's kind of flowing over the sidewalk there. I thought that when I first saw the roundabout, I thought it was a bad idea. Looking at it now, I think it's a great idea. But you know, every good thing comes sometimes with some side or bad consequences. And one of the consequences here is really, if you look at people walking on that sidewalk, I mean, you can see the tire marks. They're just right over the sidewalk there, and it's a precarious situation there where you're just a couple of feet away from, you know, having some kind of an issue with the oncoming traffic. We'd like to basically cut a corner off of the building that we have there, and then just kind of donate that portion of our property to the city of Livingston to sort of be in alignment and check the box with that study, that downtown study. Our project is a cannabis project, so we have all these rules to follow. We wouldn't have any windows or anything in our building where you can see what we're doing in there. Primarily, it's just people going into work and leaving. There's no public access to our building, just like there isn't now. So no one's really going to be bothered by what we're doing in there. But we would have the requirement by state law of having cameras around the entire building. Every piece of that property has to be recorded and documented and be able to pull back you know, video if we need something. So one of the benefits of our project is that this roundabout, which, you know, people are still learning how to use it, we'd have cameras there. So if the city council or fire department or police department needed to look at the footage, I mean, we're taking care of that for you guys. We're basically having to put those cameras up. We'd also be improving the lighting in that area of downtown. And it's really dark there at night and kind of sketchy, and it's due for a major makeover. So this zoning text amendment would allow us to go full bore and express that capital there. It also increases the walkability of the downtown, which is what the report really asks for. We need to have a downtown that people can walk from point A to point B without being worried about being ran over. So, okay. Revenues for the city. I worked extensively with the city of Merced and the city of Atwater on their cannabis ordinances and trying to get them to actually have business rather than just have an ordinance. And I can tell you that the city of Merced has generated about $1.5 million in about a year and a half, which is what they've been operating at. They've got 4 dispensaries in the city of Merced. We aren't going to be a dispensary. We are asking to do primarily wholesale, although we would like a retail element, which is simply delivery. Otherwise, we'll just have an empty cargo bay there for the majority of the time. But looking at allowing commercial cannabis activity in the downtown, which city of Atwater, city of Merced allows, they have dispensaries in their downtown. It just really opens up the door for people to come knock on your door and say, hey, we'd like to do this or we'd like to do that. Where right now, most likely no one's showing up asking you to do something here in the downtown because it's prohibited. I mean, it's baby steps when you're trying to create an ordinance or a city. You have to take baby steps, right? Not everyone's comfortable or familiar with cannabis. They don't really know what's going on or the history of it or why it became illegal to begin with. So it's baby steps. But this would open the door. There's approximately 20,000 square feet of empty commercial space in the downtown Livingston core that I predict you'll get phone calls, emails, text messages right away saying, hey, we'd like to come into that space. And so again, we have space and we have an emerging industry. And so we'd just basically like to open the door so that you guys can consider on a case-by-case basis. So as you can see, and I do want to point out that the city of Merced is receiving a ton of revenue from residents of the city of Livingston. So our residents are driving to Merced, spending their money there, putting money into their parks and rec, putting money into their infrastructure, into their society. And it's not just cannabis. They're going there and they're eating lunch or having dinner and going shopping, leaving money there, and then coming back. So we'd like to capture some of that here. So these are some general projections, of course. We can't predict how many people will come knocking on your door, but it's very expensive to create brand new buildings just for cannabis. And so when you have empty buildings around and they're available, or they're in a newly discovered zone or newly open zone, a lot of times those companies try to come in pretty quick. So the revenue can be astonishing, as you've seen in the city of Merced. And the way that was broken down with Measure Y is 20% of the revenue goes to Parks and Rec, for the city of Merced. 20% of the revenue goes to the fire department. 20% of the revenue goes to the police department, and then the other 40% is discretionary from the council. So if they have some wonderful project that they want to put forth, they've got the money to do it, and it's just flowing and flowing. And the understanding about the cannabis industry is just in its nascent stages. It's a little baby right now, but yet the dollars are astronomical already. So that's what this slide is about. Okay, next slide, please. So who are we? So my name is Dwight Larks. My family's from Livingston. That building there used to be called the Club Rebecca. When I was a child, that was my aunt's name, who passed away. She used cannabis in her last 5 years of life, and it just totally helped her out with all the illnesses that she had. It was really incredible to see all of that, because she was just totally against it. It was pretty awesome. But I'm a real estate broker. I manage about 600 properties here in the Central Valley. Some of my other investment partners are also in the real estate industry, and we're professionals, and we plan to do professional things, create professional enterprises. So that's who we are. We are capitalized, so we don't have to go outside of ourselves to go find the money to put this thing together. And like I said, it's very expensive to get involved in the cannabis industry. There's so many regulations. We have to have multiple lawyers and levels of protection and all this kind of stuff. So we think we're a good fit for helping the city conduct this type of business. We're pretty transparent, and we have history in this sort of enterprise. Okay, next slide. A little bit about some of the projects that I'm involved in personally. This is the United Way building in downtown Merced on Main Street in the downtown core, working with the city of Merced to revitalize. There's a walkway here that was used primarily by the homeless. It was like they had like 3- and 4-story homeless encampments there. And so we've taken that over, the walkway, and just turned it into like a really incredible building. We've gone all through the building permit process. We have building permits fully approved, and that project is starting out, I believe, this weekend, demolition and construction. So we're familiar with working with city governments. We're more than happy to. We're more than happy to bend over backwards for things that need to be done, or maybe cities need a little bit more time to, expedite their processes. Government isn't always, the fastest. But this is just an example. That's a photo of my mom and I in the walkway. And my mom's really important to this project here. That's her property. My mom is a stage 4 cancer survivor. And if it wasn't for cannabis, she would not be here today. She's in San Diego right now. Hopefully by the time we come back around to having you actually hear it, she'll be sitting here with us today. But if it wasn't for cannabis, you could have done all the chemo and all the stuff that you can think of. She wouldn't be here today, but she is. So I'm grateful to her and to having her as still part of my life. So next slide, please. So who are some of the people that will be here in the building and be involved in our project? Sean Arnold is the site manager for UC Merced. He runs the entire UC in terms of anything that goes wrong with anything mechanical, electrical. He's the one guy that has the whole responsibility of the UC on his head. He's a personal friend of mine. I've known him for probably 10 years, great guy. Our architect, who's also working, and our architect and contractor is Steve Morgan, from Steve Morgan Architects. You may know him from the city of Livingston City Hall. He built City Hall. He's building the Arbor Walkway project in downtown Merced. And then Ashley. Ashley is an attorney out of Martinez, California. She helped me draft the ordinance for the city of Atwater, the city cannabis ordinance, and helped it become a user-friendly ordinance to get it off the ground. And city of Atwater's had great success with that ordinance. It is a living document, so as we go forward and the state laws change, we come back and we change things. It's a constant evolution when it comes to cannabis. Cannabis changes so much, you know. The projects have to be 600 feet from schools and parks by state law. We can't be any closer. However, if you look at JoJo's Act or SB 223, those are laws that allow children to use cannabis at schools, in the school, if it's required by their doctor. So where it was explicitly prohibited, now it's allowed as we learn more and more about this incredible plant. Next slide, please. A couple of really interesting things from this major study in of our city was that, and this has probably changed now because this study was done in 2013, but it pointed out, you know, the pros and the cons of what we have going on here in terms of our city. You know, there's been some opportunities that have been lost for our community because we just haven't moved fast enough, or we haven't changed, or we haven't adapted. So these are some quotes directly from the downtown study. It says, as noted in the accompanying analysis, there are several. I think it was a typo in the study, but it either said severe or several limitations, complexities, and ambiguity to the existing zoning code that greatly handicap the city's ability to move forward, be that in terms of revitalizing the downtown or attracting anchor employers to designated growth sites on the town's outskirts. Nothing more clearly illustrates the magnitude of this problem than the entitlement-induced delays in the entitlement process related to Blue Diamond development proposal that resulted in the loss of 500 potential future jobs. Now, our project shouldn't have more than 15 employees there. We're a small business. We want to remain a small business. We want to really just kind of serve our community. We're not a 50,000 square foot warehouse or 100,000 square foot warehouse. We're just a small, very specific, we know what we're doing, we know what we want to do. We want to make the same items that helped my mother beat her cancer, and we want to focus on that. Next slide, please. These are some more quotes directly from the study, and we really need to pay attention because it was an incredible study. The failure to incorporate these entitlement tools and standards exponentially increases the odds of another Blue Diamond debacle and continued stagnation in the downtown. Remember, we have a problem attracting investment to our downtown because it's off the economic path. It's kind of off where true investors are eager to lay their money. Next slide, please. Another quote from the study. The plan should comply with California environmental requirements and enhance rather than impede the agricultural economy. Cannabis is a plant. Cannabis is agriculture. It's an agricultural commodity in almost 40 states now here in the Union. So this is very important. You know, the plan should comply with California environmental requirements and enhance rather than impede the agricultural commodity. You may say, well, we don't need agriculture in the downtown. We do. We're an agricultural economy. Next slide, please. Again, another quote from the study. B Street is envisioned as, and B Street, mind you, is where our building is. B Street is envisioned as a walkable corridor where buildings are located near the back of sidewalk to help shape the public streetscape environment. New residential, civic, and commercial development supports the community's vision for an attractive and pedestrian-oriented environment that uses its valuable land to create an attractive face to the city for residents and visitors. So we want to help the downtown look better, feel better, be safer, and that's why we're here. Next slide. To be successful, Livingston must continue, and again, this is all quotes from the study. To be successful, Livingston must continue to attract a wide range of new investment and must take steps to guide new investment appropriately in support of long-term social, economic, and environmental health. As the city grows over time, new residential, commercial, agricultural, manufacturing, civic, and cultural uses will contribute to an environment. I think it's a environment. Next slide, please. Now, this one's really important to our zoning text amendment, because this one, when we saw this, we said, well, we think the city, we think with this in hand, we can make our case. Flexibility in land use control is recommended in order to allow for and attract a wide range of new investments. New public investment, we're going to rely on public investment as well from the city on this project. New public investment should be specifically calibrated to support existing and desired new private investment, and that investment such as ours. Streetscape sections are provided to illustrate public right-of-way conditions that will help support connectivity and contribute to a safe and attractive pedestrian environment. So by us giving up a portion of our property forever, it makes the city safer. It may even make our building worth more money because it just becomes a safer, nicer looking environment, even though we're losing square footage. Next slide, please. Creating synergy between private and government sectors. So this is a photo of myself. Does anybody know who that is? That's Lori Ajax. She was appointed bureau chief of the Bureau of Cannabis Control for the state of California in 2016 by Governor Jerry Brown. This is in downtown San Francisco at the San Francisco Police Department. This was the very first meeting that she ever had about this subject and this issue, where people were still getting arrested and life sentences for all this kind of stuff. And I was like, this is incredible. I knew quite a bit about cannabis, and I was just shocked that this was actually happening. So I wanted to be first in through the door and meet her and kind of really create that relationship. So I've been going to the meetings at the state capitol since 2015 and 16, and I've been heavily involved in helping our Central Valley learn the truth about cannabis, learn how helpful and beneficial it can be, and how it just gets so many people off of drugs. It can also be a financial tool for investment, a financial tool for people. It's just been an incredible journey for myself and my family on learning the truth about what this plant is, why it was made illegal, and what we can do with it as a tool for many different things. You're not going to see what we're doing in there because there's no public access to that building when it's operating, but you will see the outside development. And so even though you may not understand what cannabis is about, you can understand a better looking downtown, a safer looking downtown, tax revenues, better lighting, cameras that show you what's going on in the walkway or in the roundabout. And so that's really what we're here for. We're here based on this study that really points out that we need to be here asking for this zoning text amendment. So with that, if anybody has any questions or concerns, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Dwight. Thank you for the presentation. Council, you have any questions, Jose?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So even though this is like more of an informational presentation, in your presentation you did mention that that your idea behind your presentation is for this to not be a dispensary.
That's correct. We don't have our building. We don't have parking at our property, and I don't feel personally what I know from the industry. For the city of Livingston, I don't think that it's an appropriate location for what we want to do. We don't have any plans to open a dispensary. What we want to do there is we want to do manufacturing of our salves, tinctures, and concentrated pills, which is what my mom takes every single day of the week. We want to make items, distribute them directly to dispensaries across Central California. And we also want to have a delivery service so that our products can be delivered locally. If someone calls and says, hey, I've got cancer, or I've got this, or I've got that, we can ourselves provide a driver to take those items to their house and explain to them how it's used, how it's not used, when to take it, when not to take it. We want to have that interaction, but we don't want to have it there. We want that building to just be employees going in there, because we really need to have a laboratory type of an environment. We can't have people walking in and out of that building because it can contaminate the items. And these items have to be tested at a level that is incredible. To give you an example, but to answer your question, no, we're not doing any kind, there's no public access, there's no dispensary there.
So, but also in your presentation, you mentioned something, retail. What do you mean by retail?
So the building is going to have a carport in the back. It already has a garage bay in the back. And so because the majority of our business is wholesale, so we've got wholesale distribution, wholesale manufacturing, we're going to have deliveries probably once every 2 weeks. So we're going to have this garage bay, which is highly secured, highly regulated, cameras all over the place, and we're just going to have it sitting there empty. We said to ourselves, why not put a delivery vehicle in there to deliver to the public what they're going out of town to go get? We can deliver it here. And what that also does is it opens up the city of Livingston to receive grants. There's grant money available that is not currently available to the city of Livingston because the city of Livingston doesn't have any retail component in its cannabis ordinance. So for example, if the city of Merced had no retail cannabis, they wouldn't have that $1.5 million because they don't have cultivation, manufacturing, distribution. They don't have any of those other businesses going right now. But because they do have a retail element, they qualify for grant monies to teach kids how to stay off of drugs. So in other words, we already have delivery vehicles coming into Livingston every single day of the week delivering different cannabis products. But we don't get the benefit of having the grant money here to say, hey, that's for adults only. Don't be messing with that stuff, kids. So we have the incoming cannabis right now, but we don't have the grant money to teach the public how to deal with this stuff. By us having that garage bay empty, by us having a delivery vehicle there, it allows the city of Livingston to go ahead and start collecting grant money for educational purposes. And there's a really interesting a company called Ease, which is here in California. And what Ease does is it creates depots where if you have a delivery license, your vehicle leaves your, like for example, if we were dealing with Ease, which we might deal with Ease, our vehicle would leave our garage bay, go to the depot at Ease, pick up the items from Ease, drop off the items to the customer, and then go back and park in our garage bay. So there are companies out there that are delivery companies that don't have any products on site. Now, we're going to have our products on site because we're using products that saved my mom's life. And so we're going to have our own products. But in addition, we may get a contract with Ease where other people want, we want some other items as well. Okay, we'll go pick them up for you and then drop them off. But that's our retail element. So there's retail storefront, and then there's retail delivery. Retail delivery, there's no public access. It's just a secure garage bay. Retail storefront would be like your typical dispensary type of business. And I foresee those going in closer to the highway where you can get some of that highway traffic to really ramp up your numbers.
Okay, Council, real quick, this is an informational item. We're not discussing the actual project, so it's getting to the point where it's getting close to that line we cannot cross. Trevor, I would like to say a couple words regarding that.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to be clear on a couple points. As you just mentioned, this informational update, and I appreciate all information that's been provided to the council. And obviously, as going forward, there'll be more items that will be presented for the council's approval. And I do just want to clarify one point, meaning that the city's ability to apply for grant funds from the state are not contingent on a future approval of a cannabis business. I just want to be explicitly clear about that, for the record.
Thank you, Trevor. Any other further questions? Maria, you have any questions?
Again, I want to thank you for providing all the information for downtown improvements. I've seen your work in Merced, and it's pretty impressive. You did mention the safety. Again, how are you incorporating that with the roundabout? I didn't catch that in your presentation. You said donating part of that, and then the walkability.
Yeah, so basically, if we can go, I don't know if we can go backwards. Slide 5. Right. That's good. That's a good one there. If you look at the slide on the left, it's kind of hard to see here, but you can see tire marks all over the sidewalk there from the traffic that's flying by sometimes. And in fact, that person there is walking between tire marks that are closer to the curb and then even closer to our building. And so what we propose to do is basically cut a corner off of that building, or give up a corner of that building there, and widen that walkway there, so that, I mean, people aren't in a dangerous situation. It's a very dangerous situation right now. And again, I think the roundabout was an incredibly good idea, but every good thing has its consequences as well. And this was one of them, where people are still learning how to use it, and they're going over the sidewalk there. So we don't want to have any kind of people being injured in front of our building. We don't want to have any kind of bad things happen there. So we're proactively, wanting to engage the city to get this fixed.
Maria, anything else? No. Dwight, thanks once again for the presentation. I know I'm going to have a lot of questions. Like I said, I want to just respect that this is an informational item, not a action item. And looking forward to when it comes up to council for approval. And thanks once again. Could you, do we have that in, email it to us? I think it was just emailed it. Okay, thank you, Monica.
All right, thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you, Dwight.
City Manager, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Okay, now we're moving on to item number 3, which is proclamation declaring February 2021 as Black History Month. So I'm just going to read the proclamation. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Livingston recognizing February 2021 as Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month, also known as African American History Month, is an annual celebration and recognition of achievements by Black Americans and a time for recognizing their central role in U.S. history. Whereas a Black History Month is an evolution of Negro History Week proposed by scholar Carter G. Wilson in 1926, who chose the second week in February to coincide with the birthday of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. And whereas President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And whereas since then, every U.S. president has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month, and whereas cities in California and across the U.S. recognize and celebrate February as Black History Month, and whereas the state of California proclaimed that this year, the theme of Black History Month shall be the Black family, representation, identity, and diversity, celebrating families as being the foundation of African American life and a key to understanding the African American community's history. And whereas the City of Livingston feels it is important to communicate its support for inclusivity and respect in our city and desires to recognize and celebrate February 2021 as Black History Month. Now, therefore, the City of Livingston, the Livingston City Council hereby proclaims the month of February 2021 as Black History Month. Thank you. Now we're moving on to awards, or announcements and reports. Supervisor Rodrigo Espinosa, I don't see him here. Supervisor, you're on the phone? I don't hear him, so we'll move on to city staff announcements and reports. Anybody presenting today? Chief, are you going first? Okay. Somebody else wants to go ahead? Or anybody else presenting today? On the phone, nobody? Okay. Chief, you're up then.
Council, Mayor, and members of the public. Chief Soria, I want to just happily introduce our new officer, Harjinder Her, who was sworn in on February 11th. And probably the biggest and best thing is that Harjinder is a resident of Livingston. He's been living here all his life. He graduated from LMS in 2015. And he also, I've known him for a few years now. He was an explorer with the Livingston Police Department for 4 years, and he actually made it to lieutenant before leaving because of his age. I think that was the reason why he left, correct? Yeah. So I'd like to introduce our newest officer, Harjinder, and I think we expect a lot of good things from him. And it's an asset to actually have somebody who actually lives here, we actually hire. And that doesn't happen too often. So Harjinder Her, here. Any questions or?
Just real quick, met him yesterday and his family. Like I mentioned yesterday, welcome to the family of the city of Livingston, and be safe out there. We look forward to obviously working with you, and I appreciate you wanting to be here and serve your community, the community that you grew up in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, okay, secondly, as promised, I'm going to have our animal control officer, and actually Sergeant Ramirez, who is actually her supervisor, was going to be here, but he had to step out. We had something happen, so he had to go to that. Kristen Hill will be giving you a presentation, but there's quite a few slides, so we're going to go through them kind of quick. If you need us to slow down, you need to ask any questions, please feel free to ask. If you need a copy of this, I'll more than happy send it to you. But, and also, do you need me to turn the lights down to see this better at all? No. No? Okay. All right, Kristen.
I think she's doing it.
She's doing it? Okay. You're going to do it, Monica?
Oh, I can. Okay.
I think it just...
That goes that way,
Okay.
I imagine. Okay. Okay. So I'm Kristen Hill. I've been the animal control officer for the city of Livingston for almost 15 years now. I actually started here in 2006, which was when the actual animal control position was introduced to the city of Livingston. Most people, it's hard to get past a dog catcher versus animal control. I don't think anywhere in the United States anyway that they refer to animal control officers or humane officers as dog catchers anymore, because the scope of the position is so much more than just catching dogs that happen to be running amok. I do pick up stray dogs. I would say that that is primarily a large portion of this position. However, other things are also encompassed in it, dealing with injured animals, making sure that they're getting proper treatment from veterinarians, dealing with licensing issues within the city, which is actually a focus on, it's state mandated, because that's how we make sure that animals are vaccinated for rabies, because that is something that is transmittable to humans and is fatal. I also respond to various complaints, whether it's barking dogs, or people are concerned about a neighbor's pet, or maybe people being inappropriate with animals in terms of not caring for them or mistreating them in any way. Not so much in this current year or last year have we done school visits, but humane education is very important. I personally believe starting with the young kids and teaching them about humane education and how to properly care for animals, what you can and cannot do with them, how to interact with them, is very important for later on, because a lot of things, I don't know if people realize that the correlation between like animal abuse and domestic violence are very closely related. So we try to
get involved with kids early so that they understand how to care for animals. Other things I like to do, or that I try to incorporate, is helping people with their own pets if they can't keep them. We try to help them rehome animals by networking them with rescue groups and things of that nature so they avoid going to the shelter, because the current situation with the shelter is that it's a county-run shelter, so they take in animals from our shelter takes in animals from Merced County, the city of Merced, Atwater City, our city, so it gets overcrowded, and once it's overcrowded, then they have to start euthanizing animals. So we try to lessen that, for the sake of everybody. My hours are 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. I'm basically the only person at the police department that doesn't work a 410, which is so that I'm here 5 days a week as opposed to 4 days, so there's only 2 days that the city operates with no animal control. Police officers cannot respond to basic animal control calls like stray dogs because we simply don't have that extra manpower, and you want your police officers to be available for emergencies and criminal activity versus just your stray dogs. But they do respond to emergencies like injured animals and animals that pose an immediate threat to the community. When an animal is picked up, that process is actually very long. Every animal that's picked up is scanned for a microchip. If the animal has a microchip, that's a whole other process of trying to track down an owner. A picture is taken. They're posted on what's called Pet Harbor through our Chameleon database. Once they're on in the Chameleon database, people can search for their pets online through petharbor.com, as well as our Facebook page. I post every animal I pick up on Facebook so that, because social media is really handy right now, and lots of people use it, and it gets shared, and we found owners that way. If I can get a foster home for a pet, I will choose to do that as opposed to sending them to the shelter. Our current contract with the county shelter is $85 per animal, so it gets very expensive very quickly, depending on how many animals are picked up in any given day. And I think right now we average about $5,000 or so per quarter. When an animal has a microchip, like I said, I scan everything. And when I say I scan every animal, I scan every animal. That's every living animal and any deceased animals that I pick up. Because obviously if somebody's missing their pet, they want to know where it is, whether it's good news or bad news. If it doesn't have a chip, we just continue with the regular impound process, which may result in the animal going to the shelter. If it does have a chip, there's a database that chip number is run through so that I can find out who manufactured the chip. Then I have to call that manufacturer to get the registration information for the microchip. In some cases, people don't register their chips. They don't realize, like when they take it to the vet or they go to the shelter or the traveling clinics, that they have to actually register their chips with their information so that when I scan that animal, I can actually return it to them. So it's sometimes a big process because if the microchip company doesn't have that information, I find out where the microchip was implanted, who did the implanting, contact them, whether it was a shelter or a veterinarian. If the shelter or the veterinarian has information, obviously I try to use that information to locate an owner. Sometimes though it's fruitless because people move and they don't update their information, and so unfortunately we'll end up with a microchip pet that can't be returned to its owner. These 4 animals are like recent pickups, so they do work. Microchips do work. One of the common misconceptions, though, about microchipping is that it's like GPS and I can just find your animal because it went missing and it has a microchip. Unfortunately, that technology doesn't exist yet, but I don't know what the future will hold. I just wanted to share this one with you guys because this dog was missing for 2 years, and she turned up over by our post office, and she had a microchip. I contacted the people, and they were very surprised and confused why I was calling them. They live in Santa Cruz. I have their dog. 2 years ago, they were living in Modesto. They went out of town, and somebody was pet sitting for them, and the dog got out, and they hadn't seen the dog since. So they were very excited to get their dog back, especially during that time, last summer when they were having all the fires, like in Santa Cruz Hills and stuff. They had actually been evacuated, and they were living in a hotel. And so now they got their dog back, and so it kind of made, a happy ending. I have a Facebook page that I try to keep with current information. I try to post information on vaccination clinics, where people can get their pets spayed or neutered at low cost. Like I said, I post the animals that I pick up so that people can maybe share or just look and see if they're missing their pet, they can look. I also will post if people are missing their pets and they call and let me know that they're missing their pets and provide me with information. I will also post that information on my Facebook page just to get the word out there more. And sometimes it's been successful in helping people to get reunited with their pets. People will send messages through Messenger on my page, and I will reply to all of them. I've replied to people even on weekends and holidays so that they know I got their message. If it's a quick question that I can answer, I'm happy to answer it. Otherwise, when I'm in the office next, I'll get back to them. We don't have an actual foster program in the city. We just don't have the resources to fully run a foster program, but I do work with 501c3 nonprofit organizations that have a foster program in place. So if I'm able to utilize one of their foster homes during holding periods and then ultimately release that animal to a rescue, I will do that because that, again, saves us money and it's a better outcome for that animal. I just wanted to share a little bit about some of the rescue stuff that happens after the animal's been held and it goes to rescue. There are a number of ways that our animals that have been saved from the city have, they've gone by van, they've gone by bus, they've gone by plane. It's a great process to get these animals new homes when nobody claims them. Some people in the community might remember this dog. She was hanging out at the TA for at least 6 months. I had tried to catch that dog every single day. I had put a trap out there, and somebody tampered with my trap after I caught her in the trap. They tampered with it, let her out, then she got hit or something, ended up with a broken leg. And a few months later, she led me to what is that basin behind the TA. There used to be a tree and all this stuff, and she had had a litter of puppies in like an old, like maybe fox den or something in there. So ultimately we got her and her puppies. And then I just wanted to share, we don't pick up cats except for sick or injured, just because the fees are astronomical when you are taking in one cat to the shelter, or one cat and a litter of kittens at $85 a pop. That's a huge amount of money. And then since they're not governed by the same rules like dogs are in terms of like a leash law, it's an exorbitant amount of money to solve no problem, or to not be able to solve the issue. But this is one of the injureds that I had. I reach out to rescue groups because I don't believe that just because, say for instance, this cat with a broken leg, the city doesn't have money to pay for huge vet bills for every animal that gets picked up. But just because this cat has a broken leg doesn't mean it should be put down, because it could, it was a kitten, so it could live for another 15 years. So I always reach out to rescue groups to help. And so 100% of this cat's veterinary costs were paid for by rescue. And the same thing goes for this dog, which was, a resident found it in its yard. It entered through, actually, that orchard that was on the county side went through their back fence, and so now it became our problem. And he was injured, so I ended up having to raise money for him because it was the same situation. He must have been hit or something, had a broken pelvis, and those heal. but it becomes very costly. So we raised the money to have that taken care of, and now this dog is happy and on his way. And then these are just a couple of, again, another sick kitten that we've fostered and moved on to another home. This cat decided to go into a storm drain, so we had to get her out. And then she's still waiting for a home if anybody's interested. She's currently living in my office. So anyway, that's it. These are my own personal pets, but every single one of them came from this city. So I practice what I preach. I adopt, I don't shop. I fix my animals, I get them vaccinated, get them licensed. So I try to get other people involved in that. One thing I didn't mention with the Facebook page, I try to put information on there for like when weather is going to be really bad and the wind is kicking up, and check your fence line, because that's a huge problem in this town. There are lots of old fences and boards get broken or the fences blow over. I like to help people with issues with their dogs getting out, like suggestions on fences, suggestions on how to reinforce your fence if your dog's a digger or what have you. So I guess that's really about it.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I can tell you're very passionate about what you do, and we appreciate everything you've done for the past 15 years. So it's good to know everything that you do and the different programs that you work on. And then I'm going to give the opportunity to council if they have any questions. Jose?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here.
Of course.
I'm really smiling like the whole entire, throughout your presentation. I think I'm very passionate about pets. And I think this is great information especially for our community that they're watching right now, and to get to learn more about what's everything that you do. And so I think you already answered some of the questions that I had, as far as cost and stuff like that. And I think one of the questions that I've been asked a lot still is, how come we don't pick up cats? And and I tried to explain, and then plus the additional cost. And when it comes to licensing, what would you say roughly? I mean, what do you have a number-wise? How many pets do we have that are actually licensed in the city? Is it low? Do we need to, could we do better?
We could definitely do better. There has been a period of time where, I try to put information out there on where people can get their animals vaccinated. We have held low-cost vaccination clinics here in town. The first ones we held here was at a cost to the city by bringing in a veterinarian, which, by the way, is very difficult to get a veterinarian to commit to coming in to do a low-cost vaccination clinic. I'm not 100% sure why that is, what that mentality is, except for a lot of vets seem to think that having like the low-cost clinics come in is maybe taking away from their business, but I try to point out that I feel like those people that are coming and utilizing the low-cost clinics are not their customers that are going there. So we did then had a vet that was actually operating her own low-cost vaccination clinic, and she had gotten a permit to operate here. I believe she was coming once a month, and she was holding it at Memorial. Unfortunately, about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, she passed away. So there are very few options. I had one time had the VIP pet care traveling clinic come through. Unfortunately, because the number of people that showed up to that clinic was very low, they were not willing to make it another stop for them because it just wasn't beneficial to them. So the clinics, though, like Petco has a clinic, Tractor Supply, in both, Turlock and in Atwater. It's not very far, but I do understand that people have a difficult time maybe getting there. I'm not 100% sure what that solution is. Again, periodically we'll reach out to vets. It's hard to get somebody to come in to do that aspect of a clinic. And unfortunately, that's the shot they need, is the rabies one. And that's not one that can be purchased at a feed store. It can't be administered by volunteers just showing up, unfortunately. So that's the biggest thing. I can tell you that when we initially raised the licensing fees, when I first started here, I believe they were like maybe $15 a year for an altered pet and $5 a year for an altered pet. We raised those fees, which in turn actually helped get more animals fixed, because nobody wants to pay $50 for a license for a year when they can pay $10. So that was helpful. I think if we can get more, if we could get a veterinarian to come in and open up a practice, because we did have one when I first started here. There was a veterinarian practicing here, but I would say within 5 years of me being here, he had retired.
So what are the current fees, 10 and 50?
It is $50 a year for unaltered and $10 for altered.
So, and actually, I was just thinking, maybe could we ever consider an amnesty program and say, hey, on this weekend, we're going to have an amnesty program, no licensing fees. Everyone that comes in, maybe that could be an option to consider, and then we can have more animals be licensed than not licensed, and then that will, in turn, in the loan process, it will help you be able to identify those pets when you find them out on the street. And
well, in terms of identifying the pets that are picked up on the street, licensing isn't, microchipping will always work. Licensing doesn't necessarily, it only helps if they actually have the tag on the pet. I pick up a lot of dogs that have collars. Clearly this dog belongs to somebody because that dog didn't put the collar on themselves, but you'd be surprised, people don't show up. Unfortunately, that's one of the things, and I like to address that with the kids when we do humane education. A lot of people, unfortunately, see these pets as being disposable. So if I pick up their pet, I have no way of identifying the owner of that pet, and it goes off, either it goes to rescue, it goes to the shelter, what have you. They'll just get another dog, a different dog, and that's a vicious cycle that is hard to get a grasp on. But like I said, I think that with addressing that with children and teaching them the value of a pet and teaching them how to properly care for them, I think that as they grow up, they hold on to that, and it becomes a better situation for pet ownership.
Yes, and my last question, and this is more for educational purposes for people that are watching, and what is the actual protocol when someone finds a pet? We come across people that are like, well, if you do, they're like, we found them here and there, and like, if you cannot find it within a day, I'll take it. And they don't understand that there's a legal protocol.
Correct.
They have to wait 10 days. They have to advertise. What else?
So actually what the law says is you have to make a reasonable effort to locate an owner. It doesn't actually define what that reasonable effort is. So I tell people, especially in the day of social media, I tell them that first and foremost, they should notify animal control. A lot of people, when they find a cute fluffy dog or something that they may want to keep or what have you, they don't want to turn it over to animal control. Another misconception is if I pick up this dog from them, I don't know how many times I've heard, are you going to kill it? No, I'm not going to kill it. It's going to go to a shelter. It's going to be given every opportunity to get adopted. And more importantly, it's going to be given an opportunity for its owner to find it. So it's important to notify animal control. Provide the same information that you're posting on your page. Look, I found this cute dog. Send me that information. Send me the picture, where it was found. So I can also post that information, because people will often call and say, hey, I'm missing my this or I'm missing my that. And then and it has happened where I've been off, it's the weekend or what have you. I've been home, I'll see something posted and I'll remember, hey, yesterday somebody called and said that they were missing this, and I'll call our dispatcher, hey, can you look that up for me and get these people connected? And pets have been returned that way. You can't just keep an animal. So you have to make a reasonable effort. Take that animal to get scanned for a microchip. Call me to come over and scan the pet. You don't have to give it to me. I just need to know where it is. So if an owner is looking for it, I'll post it on my Facebook page. If they call in, I can say, yes, I know where your pet is, and we can get you reunited.
Yes, I currently have one of my cats that, they're all rescues. One of my cats that got out, and I'm thinking that someone, I'm hoping that it's somewhere in someone's house, but because they don't call and to have it scanned,
right.
We're still missing my cat, so,
right.
But if they had it, if they call you and say, hey, can you come and scan it, then they can find out that it's, the information.
Yes.
So it's very helpful to make sure that we, when we find either a cat or a dog, at least to have it scanned and hopefully it's chipped.
Yes.
All right.
And
Thank
that's
you.
another thing too, the city does offer microchipping at cost. So it's $15 to get a microchip that's already pre-registered. So it makes it even easier. All you have to do is you bring your pet, it gets chipped, you go online and it's the way our database works, it uploads your information, but you can go online and add additional information like an alternate contact and change your phone numbers, put 5 different phone numbers if you need to. And that is a lot less than taking it to your veterinarian to get microchipped. And the whole purpose of that is because we want people to microchip their pets. I know sometimes people are afraid, if my pet is microchipped and it gets out and it gets picked up, I'm going to get a ticket, I'm going to have to pay all these fees. If I've never seen your pet before, clearly your pet's not a problem. I'm going to, here, I found your pet, I'm going to return it to you. And just, you can figure out how it got out so it doesn't become a problem. I'm not interested in citing people. I'm more interested in educating them so that everybody is better off. You're very welcome.
Thank you. Maria, you have any questions?
Thank you for all the information. The only thing that was surprising, I don't even know, I know that there's a Facebook page that Livingston Community News. Mm-hmm. So is that something that, I don't know, we can get our residents? I know Councilmember Moran does a lot of posting to there, and a lot of residents do, so that we can just redirect them and streamline them there.
I typically will share anything that I post on my Facebook page. I share to the Livingston Community News page. I share it to the big one that gets used a lot is Paw Patrol, which is for Merced County animals. So I cross-post things that I put on my Facebook page for places that I know, there's a pretty good following on that community news page. So I try to get it in every spot that I can think of that people will look.
Now that you point that out, it does. I heard Paw Patrol before, but I just didn't recognize the animal control. I didn't know that was, maybe it's been posted, cross-posted. Mm-hmm. I just thought it was one and the same, so.
No, they're separate, but I do cross-post.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions, Maria? Good. Like I said, thank you for everything. Great to know all this good information. And just to echo what Maria was saying, it's good to, all the information, obviously, to post it on social media. I know it'll be a lot, obviously, but maybe from time to time, kind of little bits of info, posting it on Facebook. I have seen some of your posts, so I appreciate that. But that's pretty much it. Thank you so much. And we could forward the presentation. Well, I think we don't have it, huh, on paper.
I think it was sent.
Was it sent to council, or you could email it to us, Monica? Or, yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chief. Any other staff member presentations? Was that no? All right, let's move on to city manager announcements and reports.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council and public, I have a few items that I'd like to share. First of all, you guys have seen a number of different developments flourish around town for the last 4 years. And so Bright Development Homes is actually looking at 10 they only have 10 lots left. And so I anticipate those 10 homes to be sold and completed and finalized by, I would say, early March. So then Bright Development is completely done. Then you have Legacy Homes, who has about 38 lots. So that might take, I would say probably in the summer. And then WPD Homes is actually, they have 2 homes that they're finalizing and they'll be done. So all those subdivisions that at one time we had that were empty and nothing happening is pretty much our housing supply. It will be completed. So just an FYI on that. The other thing too is, as it relates to the village apartments, just wanted to give a quick little update on that. The notice of preparation has been circulated. Once we incorporate all those comments, we would put those into the draft EIR that was completed by their consultant, and then that will then be circulated and go to a comment and review period and distributed. And then lastly that I wanted to talk about is every 5 years, the city has to have what is called an urban management plan. So ours is due for renewal or for we have to update it in July. So that usually takes about 3 to 4 months to complete. Once we do that, then we'll put it in place, and that's very vital because it's tied to everything else that we do, even the utility rates. So just wanted to provide that. So thank you very much. Unless you have any questions for me, that's it.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Jose? Maria? I have no questions. Thank you, Jose. Now let's move on to City Council members' announcements and reports. Jose?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few items to report. Almost a week and a half ago, I participated in a road and street cleanup on Main Street in Campbell. We ended up having 10 volunteers. Actually, 2 of them came from Modesto, and 3 of them came from Merced. And that they have family members here, and they wanted to come and give back to the community. And we picked up about probably between 8 and 10 different trash bags full of different items. And just as a disclosure, no city funds were used in this community event. We were able to have private funds cover the cost. And I also participated, I did have a one-on-one Zoom meeting with someone from the California League of Cities. And this was more related into broadband and internet for all, which we could use here in the city, and hopefully in the near future we can have that more accessible for everyone in our community. I also had a meeting with Kali Livingston, which is a group of Livingston youth who are working to educate the community about the dangers of tobacco products. Great kids. It's amazing to have our youth be participating in educational programs. I also participated in what they call now a virtual house meeting with Senator Ana Caballero and with some other community members, just to kind of see and learn what is it that they're doing and what are some of the needs for our community. And then once again, I express some of our needs that we have here and to see what she will be able to do and as far as future grants for our community as well. And I also participated and I attended the Livingston Centennial Committee meeting with UC Merced staff. Very productive. I'm really excited about some of the plans and how UC Merced is able to assist the celebration for the centennial, which is coming up rather quick. Great things happening. And actually also today I was able to participate in the mosquito abatement meeting, but I'm sure Mr. Kang will be able to provide more information since he was also there. And today I also had an opportunity to attend another Zoom meeting with the League of Cities, which was a presentation. It was basically a legislation update, a briefing update on federal relief packages for package for state and local funds, which was presented by the National League of Cities and Cal Cities, and it was about hopefully the 65. I don't want to misquote, but I will say the $65 million or $65 billion for municipalities, which I think that we can probably use our own share here for the city. And hopefully right now it's in the process, it's in the Senate, and then hopefully in the near future, it can, if everything goes well, they're looking at either second week of March to where it can be at the president's desk, and then hopefully he can sign it, and then those funds can come to our local municipalities. So, and lastly, so I'm also part of the Livingston Lions Club, and right now Livingston Lions, because we have not been able to do any fundraisers, we're still out asking the community to be able to participate with any donations that can be made to continue supporting the programs that Livingston Lions Club does for our community. And you can always reach out to any member. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Soto?
Just real briefly, I did attend the One Voice meeting that we had on February 4th. Basically, they spoke on continuing with virtual meetings, especially for the one coming up in May, which is a really big one in DC. So just in regards to our circumstances, they're still holding it as a virtual conference. I've also been in close communication with the Hispanic Chamber. I am now officially part of their board of directors, so I'm hoping to bring some of that information and work with our businesses here, our small businesses here in Livingston, so that we can come together and build more of a community and some more development here for our town in Livingston. So, and then VFW will not be meeting this month due to some of the restrictions, but in March, we have been discussing that we are probably going to bring back hamburger night, and I'm going to be so happy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the phone? Mayor Pro Tem Garcia? And Councilmember King? Okay, so I'll move on to my report. Got an opportunity to hear or participate in the UC Merced and City of Livingston Centennial Zoom meeting. And like Councilmember Jose stated, I think the whole council is very excited about the centennial celebration and collaborations we're doing with UC Merced and other organizations to have a really good celebration coming up. So, obviously being a centennial, it's very important to us here and the community. I attended the MCAG meeting. I was able to hear some of the One Voice trip meeting, which, like Councilmember Soto stated, is going to be a virtual meeting or virtual platform this year, obviously due to COVID. Got an opportunity to meet the new officer's family and himself and welcome them to the Livingston family. In regards to we also received some information, and I wanted to ask the city manager kind of what Councilmember Jose Moran was stating in regards to the House Oversight Reform Committee releasing their draft in regards to funding, which the city of Livingston has been slotted between $2.5 million and $3 million 200,000. Have you guys heard or gathered any information regarding that?
That information has not been officially released yet, so it has to go through the formal processes. And so we're crossing our fingers, but it's still not official.
Absolutely. I mean, it'll be a great benefit for the city, obviously. So I'm looking forward to hearing more regarding that. Another question, real quick, I forgot to ask you during your report. I know our Type 6 engine from the fire department was out on assignment. Have you received any funding regarding that yet or payment from the state?
I would have to defer that question over to finance. I do, but what I can say is that our Type 6 engine has been very active. As soon as we got it, it went out, and it's been going out. I just don't know if we've received payment on all of that, or if we still are waiting to receive payment. Does staff know?
It seems like our finance, nothing yet. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. And then also I know that we received Happy reported to us that we received our cart, right? Correct? Okay. And I've seen the email. They haven't gone back to us yet? No? Okay. I appreciate you following up. Thank you. And then also, myself being part of the volunteer fire company here in our city, along with our fire chief, we participated in our annual EMS, emergency medical service training. And then we'll continue with those trainings next following month. And that's pretty much it for me. I've been meeting with different staff members and also some businesses in town, just to establish that relationship with our community members and have that rapport, and looking forward to working with everybody and continue with good projects for our city. And that's pretty much it for me. So we're moving on to public hearing, which is item number 4. This public hearing is regarding the resolution approving site plan and design review 2019-06 by Juan Padilla Auto Repair Shop, 230 Campbell Boulevard, APN number 024-056-005 and 024-056-006. Randy, thank you.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, evening. There, covered all the bases there. So what we have here is more stuff than I need. What's before you is a proposed site plan and design review application for your consideration for approval. If I could have the vicinity map, the location map. It's the first one. There, thank you. This project is outlined in blue. It's outlined in yellow, and I'm not colorblind, so I don't know what's going on that part. But anyway, here we are, and this is a proposed auto repair shop, as you can see from the slide, on 230 Campbell Boulevard. Now, this property was owned by Caltrans as part of the right-of-way of State Highway 99. The land was deemed excess and was sold in auction, and Mr. Padilla purchased this property. In this situation, the property takes the general plan and zoning that it's immediately adjacent to. In that case, it has a general plan designation of commercial and a zoning of C3, Highway Services Commercial. And this general plan and zoning allows for the development of auto repair businesses and activities, and that was the desire of Mr. Padilla. And so he prepared a site plan, submitted a site plan design review application so that he could obtain planning entitlements to develop his auto repair business. Now, the city codes say that that application first has to go to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation, and then it comes to the City Council for final approval. So if I could get the next slide, Monica. Thank you. This is what is being proposed in terms of the site layout. Let me get a handy dandy little...
The little laser print, if you have, look there.
Yeah, I know there's one there.
Just push the red button. That'll do it.
I'm going to use my own. I know how it works. And a new shop building is being proposed that will be a total of 3,200 square feet in size. Within that shop building, there is 120 square feet devoted specifically to office use. There are 2 restrooms that are within the shop. One is located on one side, the other is located on the other side. It is anticipated that, and they're both 60 square feet in size. It is anticipated that one would be available for customer use and the other would be available for employees of the auto repair business. And then lastly, there's 160 square feet that is used for reception and a waiting area and so forth. Now, all the entrances are located on the south side of the building. There are several doors that, person doors or man doors, and then there are 2 roll-up doors for vehicles to go in and out. There is access from the end of Simpson. Simpson comes approximately to this building as a paved road, and then it's unpaved for the remainder till it has the intersection with Campbell Boulevard. And you'll notice that one of the conditions of approval that is proposed is that they be responsible for paving paving Simpson. But there is a 25-foot wide access into the property for the vehicles, and it would allow for parking is located on the south side of the property, and this calculates out for 7 parking spaces, and 7 parking spaces are provided, so they meet that standard. There also is a 10-foot unpaved alleyway separating this property as well as 2 other auto-related businesses from the use to the north, which is a multifamily residential use. That's non-conforming with respect to the code. The code does, the zoning code does not seek to put residential uses in areas where there's heavy commercial and in this case auto-related uses. But this is an older multifamily building, and so it's a legal non-conforming use and can continue to provide that needed housing. Let's see, as part of our review, well, before we do that, let's look at the next slide, Monica, the elevations. Here's a blow-up of the layout from the inside, again showing the office area, the waiting and reception area, and the 2 bathrooms on the side. And the next one will show the exterior elevation. If we can get that. Next slide. Thank you. And you can see here are the roll-up doors, the man doors. It's a corrugated type of exterior. There is on the south side, which is the front elevation, a parapet type structure, which you can see from the elevations. that extends out. It provides a little definition, and it provides some sun and rain protection. And the colors were provided to you, but I mean, it might be hard to see them, but they're all shades of gray. The side of the building itself is in a medium gray color. It's called almost charcoal. The roof projection is in a light gray color called City Storm, and the doors are they're the ones that are almost charcoal. The corrugated material is a dark gray, which is called muted ebony. So we did take this application and refer it to the various other city departments and agencies for comment and concern and possible conditions. And we did get a lengthy list of proposed conditions of approval, the vast majority of which are standard type of conditions. And the applicant has agreed to all of these conditions. And the Planning Commission did impose them as part of their recommended action. Now, as you know, this project is considered a subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. However, this is an infill project, and there is specific requirements, and you can qualify for an infill exemption. And as I've outlined in my written report, the various requirements to use this categorical exemption are indeed met, and so the resolution of approval documents that this is categorically exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. This use meets the standards within the city's zoning and development codes. Its height, setback, and lot coverage requirements are met. Parking requirements are met, 7 required, 7 provided. Preliminary landscaping is shown. You can just see the concept in this elevation plan. There is a condition that when it's appropriate, that a more detailed landscaping plan will be submitted to the city for administrative review and approval. The same with exterior lighting. You can see here that there are no exterior lighting that is shown, but some will be provided, and that will be detailed as part of the final building permit requirements. Now, when the Planning Commission looked at this, they were in favor of, but they had 3 concerns. One, that even though the residential apartment use to the north is an existing condition, they were concerned about extra noise. And so they required, and it's listed in your proposed condition number 4, that that the wall will be enhanced or an additional wall constructed to provide noise buffering to the residential uses to the north. And also they added 2 new conditions. Condition 11 that requires the screening of vehicles and parts so that it would not be visible from the street. And then condition 12, which I'll read it to you, that the waiting area and the customer bathroom be more detailed in the floor plan, so it would be no confusion on the part of the customers. The floor plan doesn't really clarify whom is to go to which bathroom, and so the Planning Commission asked for that additions and clarifications. So with those conditions added, the Planning Commission recommended unanimously that this be approved by you at the City Council level. And staff endorses that recommendation. That concludes my comment. A representative from the applicant is here. If there are any questions that I can't answer, the applicant, the representative may be able to answer. But I'm available for your questions.
Thank you, Randy. Council, do we have any questions, Jose?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Randy, on Exhibit A, number 4, one of the items that was added by the Planning Commission, what does that mean? Well, you already explained it, that for them to include a wall barrier on the back of the property, is that the one that is currently there, or was it non-existent before, or to add to it? What was the recommendation about exactly?
Well, what you're seeing here, this is the exterior corrugated material. And what is being, as a condition, that they either have to treat that material for soundproofing, or they have to add some type of a noise buffering additional barrier adjacent to the wall. Many ways that this could be done. It can be a tilt-up concrete type of a fence. It can be block walls. There can be sprayed insulation on the inside of the corrugated material, which is probably the least expensive to buffer the noise. The Planning Commission says that you look at it, proponent, detail it on your construction plans that go to the building department, and then staff will make sure that it's there. And so that's one of the conditions we'll look for as we review the building plans.
So to be more specific and more clear, so it's either or. If they add that insulation on the inside of the building to prevent noise from going out of the building, or the fence that I see on the bottom picture, or is that fence on the back of the building still needs to be there?
It depends what they do. I mean, if they put just some sheetrock on the inside of the corrugated material, that doesn't have a very strong noise dampening effect. So then we'd be looking at both. But it gives the option to the proponent and their design and construction personnel to cost those options out and come out with something that works, that is still affordable.
So the planning department will be able to make that final decision?
Yes, we'll be looking at that decision from planning, and also the building plan checkers are going to be looking at that.
What does the owner or the builder, are they considering either one or both, or do you know?
At this time, I do not know what they're considering. There are many options, and so they have the full gambit of options to consider. Rest assured that the city staff will conclude prior to issuing a permit that they have a solution to this.
Okay, and my other question is in regards to part of the requirements or the conditions is for the builder, the business owner, to complete the section of Simpson out all the way out onto Campbell, right?
That's correct.
Would that be appropriate considering how close it is to Main Street and how close it is to Francie? I mean, because cars have to turn in both ways, either coming out of Simpson or into Simpson. And I'm just thinking in the future, having cars either turning left onto Main, going south on Main from Campbell, and having enough space for other cars coming from west on Campbell and trying to turn left right onto Simpson.
It might be helpful if
the engineering is here. I'll tackle that one real quick, and then I'll talk.
Thank you.
So part of this is, we look at our circulation plan, and so the engineering department looks at all this. And so there's two pieces to this. One, that's what engineering is recommending. And they look at all the different safety factors and the circulation and traffic counts and things of that nature. The second piece to that is that they're not responsible for all of the cost, because the cost has to be proportionately shared with the folks who neighbor. So, for instance, the owner on the other side, once they develop, they have to pay their fair share. So for instance, the city will upfront the money and look at doing that work, and then they pay their fair share. And whenever the other property owner decides to build, then the city would look at recuperating that funding there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Soto.
I'm looking at your plans. These weren't updated to show, and if I recall correctly, the issue in regards to the bathrooms was because we were trying to prevent customers coming through the actual place where the work will be done, because through your entries, they are coming through the front of the building. They have to go through work area in order to get to the office, to get to the waiting room, and into the bathrooms. There is no direct from the exterior to get into the office for guests without going through work area.
That's correct. If we could have the next slide, which shows the floor plan. That'll do, thank you. This is the most likely customer entrance into the facility. There's a direct shot into the reception, customer area, etc. And the thinking is that likewise, it's pretty much a direct shot to the customer restroom. Now, what the Planning Commission is looking for would be some type of a temporary wall or barrier that is erected, or a half wall, to guide the customers, and there would be signage and so forth, so that the customers know that this is the area that they can safely walk, and not to be going into the work area or to this employee restroom. And so the big issue here is to have the interior laid out so that the customers do not go in and then go to the right. And we'll see more of that when the plans come in, to see how it's detailed in interior signage. And there are many places that the pathway is actually painted on the floor to indicate customer area, and then do not enter, employees only.
Just as long as the conditions were, I mean, I see that some of them are in part of the resolution, but I didn't see that exactly reflected in it as you stated that, so.
But we're going to be looking at all of these plans as they come in, and so that's how we ensure that.
Any further questions, Councilwoman Soto? As long as that's addressed, and yeah, absolutely.
Can I add something to it real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
Because I'm looking at the actual plans that were presented to the first Planning Commission meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe, I might be wrong, but I do believe that they are updated. I do believe that the wall, the barrier that we see dividing or connecting the restroom, the office, and the sitting area was different from the initial proposal.
Borrow that black.
I mean, my recollection is that there were no new plans that were submitted after Planning Commission recommendation.
okay. Because this copies of the plans that were presented at the meeting on, okay.
I did bring the file. Let me take it.
Because I think it's important that way, or if the developer or if the business owner can clarify that, that would be helpful. Are they updated? The ones that we have right now, is it updated? Right? Yeah, because based on the
¿Quieren pasar por enfrente para el micrófono para oírlo? Ya.
Yeah, we had a different plan, but we modified it. I believe that's the new one right there, yeah.
no, is this a new? That's the old one.
Oh, this one up here.
That one is the new one.
Yeah, this is the new one.
But this is the old one, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have the barrier in the
Yeah,
middle.
because based on this, it was this way. The office was up here, and now it's over here. That way, you have this barrier here.
Yeah.
So, if I'm correct, the barrier is already there, as it was asked by the Planning Commission.
Those are the new plans, yeah.
Right.
A month ago, they like,
These are dated December.
Okay, so is there a question embedded in that, or?
No, I just wanted it to clarify that I do believe it's updated.
Okay, I think the concern was just making sure that they follow through with that. Is that correct? Is that what you wanted? Making sure that the barrier was there?
I would have to go back on my notes in regards to, and I know Randy mentioned the pathway leading into the office, but I thought the concern was that our guests were going from our customers were going from the front entryway through to get into the office, exposing them to work areas. But I could be wrong. I'd have to go back on to my notes. But that's...
Also, Councilmember Soto, you could also add it as a condition of approval if that's something that you would like,
I believe
or for them to
Planning
consider.
Commission that many of these items were approved as long as, because we wanted them to move forward with their project, as long as they obtained all the permits and planning was behind all that. So just again, ensuring that these things are happening as said, then there's no further question.
Perfect, thank you. So, Randy, obviously you guys will follow up with the conditions of approval, make sure that they're met, obviously. The only concern I had was obviously the noise barrier there being close to residential, but I know that's one of the conditions of approval. However, it's done. Obviously that was my concern, but it's on there, and obviously if it's not met, there's no permit issued regarding their ability to operate that business. So I don't have anything further at this time. I'm going to open the public hearing for any public comment regarding this item. Any comments regarding this item from the public or via phone? Anybody? Any comments? Okay, I don't hear any, so now I'm closing the public hearing. Direction, council, or further discussion? Oh. No, go ahead.
Diego Castillo, PO Box 855. So just so you're, from what I'm hearing, it looks like you guys are okay with the project, and I have nothing to do with this project, but I'm just giving you a little feedback as a local developer. When anything that gets built new has to be built to current building code, so it wouldn't be built to, this property wouldn't be built if it doesn't meet all the requirements that would be required by the California State Building Code. And I congratulate you guys for moving it forward, because sometimes these delays are what causes these projects to not come to completion, or for people to get turned off and not want to pursue development because some of the red tape.
Thank you, Diego. I heard somebody on the phone. Anybody want to make a comment? Okay, I don't hear any. Now I'm closing the public hearing. Council, any motions? Further comments?
Thank you.
I motion to approve.
I second that. We have a motion by Councilmember Moran and a second by myself. We'll get a roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia? Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to citizen comments. The section of the agenda allows members of the public to address the City Council on any item not otherwise on the agenda. Members of the public, when recognized by me, should come forward to the lectern and identify themselves. Comments are normally limited to 3 minutes in accordance with the state open meeting laws. No action will be taken by the City Council this evening. No items which are on the agenda this evening, members. For items which are on the agenda this evening, members of the public will be provided an opportunity to address the City Council as each item is brought up for discussion. Thank you. Tilly?
Hello. Hello, my name is Tilly Fennessy. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to thank you for opening the parks and the sports complex. It's a relief to be able to get out and exercise and enjoy the outdoors. The only thing I was here to do tonight is to request that the basketball rims be replaced at the sports complex so we can enjoy playing basketball out there. Would that be possible?
Thank you, Tilly. It was nice seeing you. I'm glad that you came to our council meeting to advocate. I believe I have mentioned it to the city manager, and I think that's something I believe we could do. Jose, you want to speak on that a little bit?
So we're currently still in the purple widespread COVID-19 order by the county. Of course, the state then did a little bit of relaxing in terms of some of the other areas. But I think that we can certainly put up the rims as long as there's not a congregation, you have competition between different groups, you guys follow the protocols. Currently, the parks are open for exercising and so forth and so on. And so I think that, again, if the residents take on those protocols and not have more than, more people that are not part of the same social bubble, again, trying to be, we understand, the council and everybody understands, and myself, the balancing act. So if that's the wish of the council, we can put them up. Mm-hmm.
In regards to myself, I do feel that, with basketball and the basketball court, especially like at the sports complex, I mean, that's something that each household could participate in, in playing with each other or individually even. So I think it'll be just another opportunity to kids to go out and exercise and you know and get out of the house. As long as obviously we want everybody to be safe, use common sense, good stay within your household or your group of individuals you interact with. But I think that's what I would advocate for, and I'm okay with that. I don't know if the rest of the council has anything else or agree with it or disagree with it. Councilmember Jose?
At this moment, I'm not sure if I do want to give my opinion as, but I'll leave it up to the rest of the council.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What was your initial comment?
At this moment, I will leave it up to the rest of the council to make that decision.
Sounds good. Councilmember Soto?
I appreciate you coming out tonight, Tilly, and advocating on behalf of our youth and use of our parks. Again, we need more people such as yourself to come out and express some of the needs and wants in our community in regards to rec, safety, any item that is concerning to you. So again, thank you for coming out tonight and addressing that. Some of the things we're not fully aware of what our community needs unless you speak it out. So thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Tilly. Appreciate it. Same thing. Like I said, thank you for coming out. We appreciate any public comments or concerns or people advocating. Okay, so I've heard it from multiple people that they wish for something like that, the rims to get put back on. So thank you, Tilly. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Any other citizen comments? Go ahead, JT.
Good evening. My statement tonight is going to address the mayor's comments in the last meeting. You attempted to give a timeline of recent events. I would like to give you my own timeline tonight. You said, and I quote, "We don't condone such behavior whether it happened or not." When I first spoke to you personally about this matter, you mentioned you had heard of what took place and said that his actions, Mr. Kang's actions, were disgusting. This was before I came to this council, and now you're questioning the validity of my accusations. I was told that this matter has been deemed closed. However, I have not received any information stating this. You stated that the attorney's office reached out to me via email and I failed to respond. I never received such an email. I did tell Mr. Taniguchi during our phone conversation that he is welcome to text or call me at any time for any questions or concerns. Mr. Taniguchi assured me my claims would be investigated. What was the extent of this investigation? A conversation with me? When an investigation is open at a citizen's request, should they not be informed along the way or at least given a summary of the findings at the end in the form of a report? I was not, so how can this matter be closed? Instead, you mentioned that you and the attorney's office collaborated to deem the matter resolved as JT Mann has not brought forth specific names, businesses, or projects. I was first made aware when Mayor Pro Tem Garcia called me to cancel our meeting following your statement. He stated the matter was closed and the agreed upon meeting was no longer necessary. He asked me if I saw the last council meeting and mentioned that the matter was closed because I failed to bring forth evidence. I mentioned to him that I still would like to meet, and he said that he'd rather I talk to the city attorney instead. I would like to ask Councilwoman Soto and Councilman Moran, did you know that this matter was closed? Then why did Mr. Garcia say that it was? What information is he privy to that you are not? Let's take a moment and look at my claims in regards to evidence. I mentioned that Mr. Kang made lewd sexual comments directed at my wife. He has openly taken credit for this, so no further evidence is needed. I mentioned that Mr. Kang has been targeting my family when he had police officers sent over to pester us. Did anybody investigate this? I mentioned that Mr. Kang and Officer Kang bully city employees and anyone else that does not fit their agenda. Did you interview any city employees? Lastly, I mentioned they have been taking bribes, or at least asking for bribes in return for favors. I was very clear to Mr. Taniguchi that people are not willing to come forward as they are in fear of retaliation from the Kangs. So you win. I was not able to produce names or businesses or specific projects, as you put it, to come forward. But what about everything else I said? This is the leg that this council is choosing to stand on. Of the 4 things that I brought up, this is the one you want to focus on. Let's talk about the text message you referenced last meeting from the individual who actually has come forward. Mayor Aguilar, you urge people to come forward, but when they do, you dismiss it by saying it was taken out of context and profanities were used on both sides, which, in your opinion, apparently negates the complaint. As I understand it, the profanities from the resident were in response to what Councilman King said. You seem to have left us out of your statement. Moving on, let's get to the investigation that Mr. King has already gone through. Why are we still not talking about this? And why has that report not been made public? This was left completely out of your statement, sir. Where's the transparency you talk of? There seems to be a pattern of issues that this council has failed to act on. You speak of transparency, and the theme of my statement has been just that, but it seems the council does not practice what it preaches. I had mentioned to the mayor that I will not be attending the last council meeting because of a death in my family and additionally in Mr. King's family. I thought a statement would be in bad taste. It is interesting that the attorneys and mayor's office chose that particular meeting to give a response largely directed at me, knowing I wouldn't be here. Week after week, I am further discouraged by what I see and hear from this council. You encourage people to come forward but fail to act when they do. You keep using the term transparency, but your actions are anything but. Case in point, the first King investigation. I feel that if the city spent less time protecting one another, that this council spent less time protecting one another and scratching each other's backs, the city of Livingston would have fewer issues and be on track to live up to its full potential. Thank you all.
Thank you. I think the attorney's office wanted to make a statement, Trevor.
Thank you, Mayor. To Mr. Mann, I sent you an email on January 20th asking for a response to jtmann@gmail.com. I received a response saying that you had read the email, but received no formal response. In regards to what the actions taken, I reaffirm everything the mayor stated at the previous meeting. The city takes all accusations made to it very seriously, as reiterated by the mayor during the previous meeting. Your allegations were forwarded to the district attorney's office in regards to your claims that were brought in November of 2020. On the advice of the deputy district attorney at the time, they informed us, as well as the chief of police, that there was no basis to proceed with a criminal prosecution or any further criminal investigation for the matter. As I explained to you and as the rest of the city council, any member of the public that has any accusation as to any improper actions or criminal activities of the city council, I am more than happy to talk to them, to speak to them anonymously via text message, phone, or email. I provided you with my personal phone number as well as my direct email address to get in contact with me and to also to share with members of the community. And my offer remains open and will continue to remain open for the term of my service to the city of Livingston as well as the residents of this community. As I mentioned to the mayor and as also the mayor said before, we've never closed anything. As the mayor's comments of the previous meeting stated, we're open to receiving any other further information any resident or any other individual, whether in this community or within the state, has that they were willing to bring forward. And so my number is 916-591-5297. You can feel free to text me anonymously or feel free to leave me a voicemail anonymously. That is my personal cell phone message, and that is out for members of the public, which we broadcast across to and to anyone watching or listening tonight. And so my offer remains, and I stand behind the mayor and his previous statements. And any member of the public, please feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you, Trevor. I appreciate that. In regards to JT, I'm going to ask you straight out. What are your expectations? What do you want us to do? Be waiting for further information, collaboration, so we could, move on and really investigate and get to the bottom of this. So like Trevor said, we're waiting for further information. Who's the person that has firsthand information about all of this, so we can move on. But what do you want us to do?
That's not up for me to tell you guys. That's up to you guys to determine. However, the way you guys have been handling this has not satisfied our need.
How would I satisfy your needs?
I didn't interrupt you at all. If I can finish my thought, please. First, to Mr. Taniguchi, I did not appreciate you giving my personal email address out. I wish that wouldn't have happened. And sir, you have my personal cell phone number as well. And no contact was made via my cell phone. And I told you that that was my preferred avenue of communication. Now, with that said, my statement speaks for itself. Did we investigate any of my claims?
Trevor just offered, and I offered a timeline last time. We had to get information. We looked into everything what you stated, and we're still looking for more information to go further.
And what about the previous investigation?
What previous investigation are you referring to?
Was Mr. King investigated before?
But when Mayor Samra was here, you mean?
Yep.
Okay. Trevor, you want to speak to that?
I mean, that matter was handled in closed session, so I'm not at privy to reveal the confidentiality of that statement.
So, no transparency?
Not even on a citizen's request?
There's a process to request that information.
Okay, how would we get started with that? Because
Trevor?
we requested that previously as well.
Trevor, you want to step in?
I couldn't hear that restated.
My wife was asking, that report cannot be released even on a citizen's request?
The contents of what was discussed during a closed session, unless the city council votes to reveal it as a whole, is not privy to public disclosure, and that's pursuant to the government code, that's state statute.
So, very interesting. So you do have the power to release that report?
Yeah, if it's requested to us.
I can't comment to the fact as to whether there is or is not a report. An instance in which somehow you have information relating to what may or may not have occurred during a closed session discussion.
I'm referring to Mr. Kang said that he was being investigated, so I'm trying to figure out what he was being investigated for. And then as soon as I asked questions, everybody got really uptight. So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. There's a pattern of...
Nothing's going on, sir. Sir, nothing is going on. What I'm telling you is what's pursuant to the government code regarding closed session. So whatever is discussed in closed session is confidential.
Sure, but I was just
unless
told...
there is reportable action that's reported out from that closed session.
Sure, but I was just told that we can be made privy to that if the council so chooses to.
I'm not saying what. I'm saying if there is a reportable action in which the city council reports out, that becomes a public piece of information.
And that's what I'm talking about. Mr. Kang had said he's under investigation in a meeting
So
here.
I can't speak to what Mr. Kang did or did not say. Mr. Mann, you and I talked about this during our conversation, and I asked for more specifics, and you were unable to give that to me. So without more specifics as to what you're referring to, without having the ability to specifically speak to Mr. Kang at this moment in time, I can't speak to what your question you're asking.
We did tell him that it was on a video, and he said, I don't need it.
My question is one of many. Can we be made aware of what the investigation was about?
Again, like I said, you keep referring to an investigation that, quote, Councilmember Kang informed you of. And I don't know what specific instance you're referring to. Without speaking directly with Mr. Kang at this time, I can't comment on that.
Sure, I'll stand by.
Are you talking to the current allegations?
No.
Okay. I don't know if Councilmember King is available he's not on the phone, but I don't know if a later meeting with Mr. King will be appropriate, Trevor. I don't know if you're trying to reach him right now or not.
I would love to sit down with...
we can follow up.
Okay, he's going to follow up. Just to ask you once more, you're a smart guy, right? For an investigation, we need proof, we need evidence, we need people to talk to. We need to do that in order to move forward. So that's why we're asking you. We left the door open. Anybody trying to reach out, anybody that was there presently, anything like that, in order for the attorney's office to continue the investigation or continue with an investigation, look into those matters. Do you understand? You obviously understand that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so, based on that, what do you expect from the council? I know you want us to look into it.
I still want a response to all this.
Okay.
Of my repeated statements that I make here.
Okay.
They're falling on deaf ears. That's the issue I'm having.
No, not necessarily.
So if I can't come here and convey how I'm feeling, then what's the point of all this? Right?
We're here to hear you. We heard you. We're waiting for actual things to act on. We need names, witnesses, all that stuff.
Sure. And the things that are black and white, you guys can't do nothing about.
Like what? Tell me what's black and white.
I cannot do your job, sir.
No, tell me. I want to know specifically which things you want us to act on.
I know.
What was that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
When he's had police officers target our home, when he has degraded my wife with comments directly at her for that was unwarranted and unprovoked. So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on and why my wife and I, are being personally attacked by this man.
As far as I know, there has been no specific police targeting to you or your family. And we've obviously looked or talked to the police chief, and we made sure that doesn't happen, just not with you, but with the whole community. We don't condone that. As far as we know, there hasn't been any evidence suggesting that he's targeting or sending cops to target you specifically or your family.
Have you investigated this, sir?
No, I'm not an investigator, but I have directed the attorney's office to look into that. Do you have family members that could, attest to that? Evidence such as that? Like, that's why we wanted to sit down and get more information from you.
But that's just my point, sir, is this is not being investigated.
Okay.
If it was investigated, just give me a report of your findings and we're done.
Okay. So if you sit down with Trevor, myself, go line by line, all the information you have, would that be satisfying for you?
Sure, we can sit down. I would love to sit down with you guys.
Okay, we'll do that. In regards to your alleged comments that were made to your wife, like I said, we discussed this. We don't condone such behavior. That's why I did the code of conduct. It was directly aimed towards you. And I know that you wanted more action regarding that specific item, but I'm not his boss. This is not a corporation. This is an elected official. We stated we don't condone such behavior. We signed our code of conduct, but the people ultimately are their boss of any of us up here. There's things that you could do if our actions weren't satisfying, such as a recall, next election, don't vote for him. There's different things. I can't just fire him. That doesn't work that way. I can't tell him, leave, you're fired. I don't have the power to do such thing. I can't do that.
You're very correct in the fact that I want action.
Yeah.
And who else would I approach for action but this council? So this is why I come here.
Yeah.
And to attack me now, as from the last meeting, that's what it's been. So I have to come and defend myself, and that's why I'm here today.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
It wasn't an attack, just so you know. I was trying to respond to you and tell you timeline, line by line, what we attempted to do and what we did in order to address your concerns.
And I came to clarify. I received no email, and so that's why there wasn't a response.
Okay.
I was trying to make that very clear.
Right, so we'll
I
sit
also
down.
want to make
Yeah.
very clear that Mr. Taniguchi had my cell phone number,
Okay.
and he could have texted or called me at any time. But I would love to sit down with you guys.
Yeah,
at your
absolutely.
convenience.
Let's sit down, and then, like I said, if you have names, evidence, statements, even written statements, anonymous written statements, then we could go from there. Absolutely.
As far as witnesses go, I mean, there's a gentleman here who's
you have somebody here? Oh, you want to step up and?
The guy told my president of the church, he said, I do what you
You want to introduce yourself and you have a statement to say?
Well, it depends on what you guys are asking. If the statements that were made about his wife was said directly to me, I don't know if anybody else wants to step up. I can go talk to those guys and see if they want to step up, but that was directly to me. I had a text message conversation about it afterwards, and he responded to it. I have those if you need that as proof, but I don't know about anything else that we're talking about here. Besides that situation, I can give you that.
Okay. So definitely, you provide your information, your name, phone number, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know if the rest of the council wants to say anything. I've seen your head shaking, Councilmember Jose.
Well, personally, well, first of all, not just for everyone here, but for everyone that has voiced their opinion in public comment, not just regarding this, I just want to say thank you for reaching out and for being here and participating and making us aware of, of what's going on, like the lady that was here earlier today. And definitely, when comments are made to this council, sometimes I can only speak for myself, and this is not what I want to see. This is not what I want to see happening, in anywhere. So I think, and thank you for offering that opportunity to get this resolved once and for all, because it not only affects the residents, but it affects the whole city. So, and personally, I can only speak for myself. I do believe in transparency. I don't believe in transparency since November or since July. Transparency is part of my life. And I think that, and I'm not sure who would be able to be there other than yourself and the attorney, as far as council members, because there's only 2 council members that can be there. And I would appreciate, once that meeting takes place, then that it can be reported out to the rest of the council. That way, everyone can be updated on what's going on. And the sooner the better, for the benefit of everyone involved. And I don't think the residents, the citizens watching at home, want to continue seeing this happening. With questions still being there, or when people are still considering that their questions are not being addressed. And we just want to make sure that everyone has their questions addressed and answered to everyone's satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jose Moran. Councilmember Batista or Soto, sorry.
Again, it's unfortunate that this is a reflection of our council and the way that we want to fight our battles. Again, we want to be able to be on the side of the citizens when they feel that they need to address things that are safety issues concerning and to how their families are raised here in Livingston. Because we all take pride in our family matters. But because this was a result of a person acting as an elected official, it changes the dynamics of what we are allowed to do. And again, with our attorney online and things that have been stated here, and understanding that there is a process and it's not going fast enough for lack of some information. And again, if there are the witnesses that are and the evidence that is needed to help support either of the parties concerned here, it would be helpful for all of them to come forth. Again, it's doing the right thing is often hard for people, and I can see that the frustration here is at a level that we don't want it to be a reflection on a council that is deaf to the concerns of our citizens. Hearing that Mayor had said that, I lost my train of thought, and I'm so sorry. Again, I just want to encourage the meeting that you will have taking place. I'd like to see that Chief Soria is involved in that as well, our mayor, and all of those that have that direct connection with the circumstances here. Again, we want to bring things to light, and again, how that's done publicly is again a situation that would have to be discussed through the city attorney. But personally, I do want what's best on behalf of your family. Again, your family name, as well as the King's name, are at stake here as an elected official. We can't fire him. And I think that's what I was getting to, as Mayor had stated. We can't ask him to do anything with his position here, as he is an elected official. He's elected by our public in order to act on anything that would possibly have anything to do with Councilmember King is something that would have to be brought forth from the people, as he was elected by you, by our citizens. So again, I want, in the best hope, that we are doing everything that we can to resolve this issue. It may not be happening as quickly. The information is a little bit, is falling into places as people want to come forward. Again, I encourage both parties to come to that meeting with Mayor and our chief and the attorney and whoever needs to be involved at that time, and sharing that information with the other members of the council so that we can better support our citizens. So again, it's an unfortunate circumstance that we are all looking at. You as your family member, your wife, and your father-in-law, and the King's family. Again, I understand we did sit and talk, and there are some different family dynamics that occur in situations like this. So I'm hoping that on both ends that we can reach some type of civility and not have it reflect on and leave a bad taste on what's happening with council. I want to be able to move forward in the best way possible, and in regards to legal actions on either part, and as well as protect the integrity of the city of Livingston. But thank you for coming forward. Thank you for speaking up. We will try to do what's best on both sides.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah, just definitely, I think a meeting with everybody will be appropriate, definitely. So I'll start making calls, Trevor, and I'll talk to you in regards to what's a good time for everybody to meet and where to meet, and have a discussion and look at things further, and go from there. But like I mentioned, every single time we've come up, and I've told you, we take everything seriously. We need, you're a smart man, and I have a lot of respect for you. There's a process. There's certain things that, in order for us to take action, we need to know. For example, him coming up and stating, firsthand, not having firsthand knowledge of what happened. All that's important in order for us to take, for us to take action or go further. That's why we stated we left the door open. In regards to the comments, we don't condone such behavior. All that stuff, has been directed towards alleviating your frustration and what happened to your family. So I will definitely contact you tomorrow and then schedule a time to meet. You're buying coffee in the morning. All right, we're moving on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine and non-controversial and will be enacted by one vote unless separate action is requested by the city manager or city council member. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council or city manager request that specific items be removed. We have 2 items. Item number 5, approval of warrant register dated February 11th, and item number 6, resolution approving the first restated and amended employment agreement for employment of city manager between the city of Livingston and Jose Antonio Ramirez. Trevor, you had wanted to make a statement before we move on.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there are 2 council members who are unable to be present at the meeting this evening, and I know Mayor Pro Tem Garcia wanted to express his support of consent item number 6, which is the city manager's contract. Additionally, I know Councilmember Kang, who has not been involved in the negotiations with the city manager in regards to city manager's contract. Due to some personal circumstances, he also is not available to be present tonight. He also wanted to convey his support of both the city manager's contract and the work the city manager has done thus far, and is looking forward to the work that the city manager is going to be doing in the future for the people and the council of Livingston. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. And just real quick, before we actually vote the consent agenda, there's a little statement I wanted to read out. After significant deliberations and negotiations with the city or the council and the city manager, the city council is happy to be proposing or to recommend for approval an extension to the city manager's employment contract with the city of Livingston. The extension will be for a term of 4 years. We'll make raises of the city manager's salary subject to city council approval, and will continue the city manager's current salary of $184,620. All the terms, conditions, and benefits of the city manager's contract entered into the 2017 will remain in force. The city is looking forward to working with the city manager for the next 4 years and believes approval of this agreement will help continue to bring positive change to the city of Livingston. After the vote, I'll talk further, but council, any actions regarding the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as stated.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Moran, a second by Councilwoman Soto. Could we
Roll call. Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 3-0.
Awesome, and just want to say congratulations, Jose. Look forward to working with you the next couple of years. Obviously, you're a great asset to our community and to our city. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for you. I've seen the things you've done for the city, not only this time around, but the previous time as well. So I'm very happy to congratulate you and welcome you back and extend your contract.
Just a few comments here. Well, first of all, thank you, Council. Honored to continue working alongside you and my staff to better the quality of life of our residents. There's certainly a lot to do, and look at doing all the heavy lifting so that we can get to that more prosperous place. So thank you again for the confidence, and thank you for staff for standing by. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Jose. I know we have, challenges in coming forth, but I have the most faith in you and your staff that we'll move forward, definitely. Okay, we're moving on to discussion and potential action items. Item number 7, a resolution to accept bid and award a contract to Mid-Cal Pipeline and Utility Sink for the 2020 CDBG sewer line replacement project number 20, CDBG-1 2003, and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. We have Noe Martinez, our engineer.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and rest of the council members. Noe Martinez from the Office of the City Engineer. Yes, and with this item, tonight, basically, staff is asking for the City Council approval of a construction contract with Mid-Cal Pipeline and Utilities for the rehabilitation of sewer lines on the vicinity of what would be D Street, A Street, and F Street. The staff report goes into detail what would be involved with this project, and the recommendation is to approve the construction contract to the lowest responsible bid of $1,658,908, and to mention that this construction contract would be fully funded from the CDBG grant. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, sir. We'll bring it back to council for any questions or comments. Council member Jose Moran?
No questions, believe it or not.
Wow. Va llover. Council member, Council member Maria Soto, any questions? Okay, now I'm going to take it out for public comment. Any public comment regarding this item? Diego? No? You're good? How about anybody on the phone? Any comments? I don't hear any. We'll bring it back to council for action. What's the council wish? We have motions.
I move to approve.
We have a motion by Council Member Jose. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Council Member Soto. Can we get a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, which is resolution to accept bid and award a contract to Calgon Carbon Corporation, Moon Township, PA, for well number 16 centralized TCP removal treatment system, supply of Virgin GAC media, 2021 project, and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. And once again, we have Noe Martinez from our engineer's office.
Thank you. Yes, again, with this item, city staff is asking the city council for approval of a construction contract to Calgon Carbon Corporation, and this would be for the installation of brand new filter media at the well number 16 centralized treatment plant site. And the construction contract would be for the lowest responsible bid of $382,400, and the contract would be funded with TCP funds and state water resources, water resource revolving funds. With that said, I'll entertain any questions or comments.
Thank you, Noe. Bring it back to council for discussion or comments, questions. Councilmember Jose Moran.
Just one question. I only see one bid. Was there only one company that came forward?
Yes, we did advertise the project and bid as required, and unfortunately we only got one bid back, which is fully responsible. So That's therefore the recommendation.
And have we worked with this company before? Have they done jobs for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Council Member Maria Soto.
Your, the bid was submitted for $382,400. It exceeds your estimate.
Yes.
It's greater than, so.
Yes, and that happens sometimes. We do get bids that are above the estimate and bids that are below, but we do have the budget to be able to fund this bid, this contract.
So you're going to pay him above what you anticipate
Yeah,
the job?
This was just an estimate. We have no control as to how the bid prices are going to come in from the contractor, so we try and come up with the best estimate that we can for how much the work is going to cost. But it ultimately boils down if we have the budget to be able to fund the contract, and we do.
So because we have the budget, we're going to spend the extra $40,000 on what may or may not occur during this project?
Let me add a little more substance to this conversation. So what happens is that the engineers, they come up with their best guess estimate of what, so that way we have a pinpoint dollar amount that we can budget. And of course, staff, you know, finance and myself and everybody else, we want that number to, that whatever bids we get, that it falls under the engineer's estimate. So in this case, in the engineering looks bad because, you know, it came above their engineering estimate, and they have a big smile when we get bids and it comes like this last project, it was under their estimate, and so of course we were really happy. So again, their number, their engineer's estimate, is based on a number of factors, and they come up with a calculation. And so they basically mentioned to us, look, we think that this is roughly what the bids are going to come out to be. Unfortunately, you know, there's dynamics in the market, and what made this not so good is that we only had one bid, and so it happens to be, you know, about 40,000, as you said, over the engineer's estimate. So it's not that we budget, that we're just going to, eat the 40,000. It's just that that's where the bid dollar amount came in. And so in order to move this project forward, we're going to we can do two things. We can go out to bid again and see if we can get more bids, okay? Or move forward with the project and not have it be on standstill and accept the current bid that was listed.
And wasn't there? I'm sorry. And we do have our Public Works Director on the line, and maybe he can speak to the urgency of moving the project forward.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Anthony.
Hello, Council. This is Anthony Chavarria. Just to speak real quickly on the urgency, I do not recommend that we go out for another bid or put out another RFP because the urgency needed to complete this well. If we push it out any further, we're going to be into our high water demand and be hurting for water. And as Noe said earlier, we have worked with Calgon in the past, and they're a reputable company.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Any further questions, comments? I'm going to open it up to the public. Any public comment or questions? Sir, you're good? Anybody on the phone? Any public comment? I don't hear any. I'll bring it back to council for further comment or direction, motions.
I do move to approve this item as presented.
A motion by Councilmember Jose Moran. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilwoman Maria Soto. Can we get roll call?
Roll call, Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you, Monica. We'll move on to item number 9. So resolution approving the replacement of GAC Media of the 2 lead vessels in well number 8. And once again, we have our Director of Engineering, Noe Martinez, for our engineering's office.
Yeah, clarification. Just the staff at the city engineer's office. Yes, again, this is a similar project as the one we just discussed. It is to a request of staff for the city council approval of a construction contract, which would be, in this case, for the rehabilitation of filter media. And this would be at the well number 8 site. And for this contract, and we can have our public works director speak on this behalf, we are recommending that we approve a contract for Calgon Carbon Corporation, and based on the fact that they're the ones that provided the original media, and they have worked at this site, and they have provided us with a price to rehabilitate this media in at a cost of $41,271. And again, this contract would be funded with TCP funds and state water resource, state revolving funds. With that, Anthony, I don't know if you want to say anything else on the project.
No, unless council has any additional questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions regarding this item or comments? Maria, you're good? Okay, we'll take out for public comment. Anybody on the public have any questions? Diego, we're good? Anybody on the phone? I don't hear any. I'll bring it back to council for direction. Motions?
I motion to approve.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jose Moran. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilwoman Maria Soto. Can we get roll call, please?
Roll call, Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you, Monica. We'll move on to item number 10, which is a resolution appointing 2 Parks and Recreation and Arts Commissioners. We have Jackie here, present, just in time.
Good evening, everyone. As you see before you, we have had a couple of folks that have applied to be a rec commissioner. Just a little background. Since November 17th, Eva had given us her resignation, and then January 19th, Dennis gave us his resignation. And as I think I had told you guys a few weeks ago, or whenever it was that I was up, that they both, they love being a part of the community. They still want to help, but family demands and work are not allowing them to continue. So we did go out to start collecting, because the process, we have to go out for at least a month, and with us getting our plans all together, we wanted to be able to present you guys with at least a few applications. So there are 2 here. One was received by Jessica Bashart, and then another one is Stella Estrada. And so I had asked them to be on the phone to answer any questions that you might have. And so I'm not sure. Are you guys on the phone?
Hi, Jessica Bashart here.
Okay.
And Stella Estrada here.
Oh, they're both here. Great. So Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution that is attached here and appoint two Arts, Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commissioners.
Thank you, Jackie. Bring it back to council for questions. Anybody want to ask the applicants any questions or have comments? Councilmember Jose?
Jackie, are these for the regular commissioners or are they for alternates?
It's not for, the two alternates are still in place.
Okay, so they're for the regular.
So they're regular commissioners. And I don't know how, our ordinance really doesn't address like moving an alternate into full-time. It's everybody applied for full-time originally, and then, you know, they just got appointed to be an alternate if that was the council's pleasure, so.
And we only had two applicants?
That is correct.
And this, are they to continue filling the position, or are they going to start like fresh, like from, what is it, 4 years, 2 years?
So the appointment is actually for 4 years, and so they would, let's see, I think I wrote the date on here.
January 30th, 2025?
Correct.
Other than that, I just want to say thank you to the applicants, you know, for coming forward and taking on, you know, on this opportunity. I think it's great, and we need more people to be able to participate in these different commissions. So in the meantime, just for even filling up the applications, I do want to say thank you. No other questions.
Councilmember Maria Soto, questions, comments?
Again, I appreciate both applicants. I know both of you on several events that have been held throughout the city, even with our youth sports programs. So I enjoy seeing you out in the community, and I know that you will rally up a lot of your folks, all of our folks, to be part of the rec commission and come out and get more coaches, get more children. I love your enthusiasm. I read your little bios, and they are true to the fact that you are part of our community and want to be the very best for our recreation program. So again, thank you for your applications. So I'll make a motion. Let's go ahead and make a motion.
Well, I have some comments as well, and we have to take it out.
Just do it.
Yeah, same thing. I was able to read the applications, and I'm very happy that you guys took the opportunity to apply and wanting to serve your community in this manner. So I'm very excited. And so now I'll take it out for any public comment, or Diego, you're good? Any public comment on the phone?
Just
And
about
the applicants
here, and I
want
just want to say thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Any the applicants want to? I know that was one of the applicants. The other applicant want to say anything else?
Well, I want to say thank you also. I've lived in Livingston throughout all my life, and I really get excited about different things. And right now, I'm really excited about this venue stuff. Yay!
Awesome, great.
Thank you.
I'll bring it back to council for motions. Now you can make your motion.
I make a motion to appoint the two Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commissioners, Stella Estrada and Jessica Betchart.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Soto and a second by Councilmember Moran. We get a roll call, Monica, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you, Monica.
Congratulations.
Yep. Congratulations.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I know that Jackie will make sure that they read that fine print of all the things and the responsibilities, and how many times they can be absent or not. And thank you.
Yeah.
We move on
Thank
to
you.
item number 11, informational presentation on development impact fees and community development block grant.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, members of the public. I'm Vanessa Portillo, Finance Director, and as requested in our past meeting, I here bring you an informational presentation regarding our development impact fees and our CDBG program. I will get the pointer, if that's okay. Tonight, what I have prepared for you is a review of our Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, as commonly known. I will provide you with a background information, some projects that CDBG has funded for the city, and we'll go into some questions, and I will go ahead and continue with our development impact fees, provide a little bit of background. The impact fees that the city of Livingston has in place today, and we will go through some questions if you have any. I do not have pictures of puppies or kittens in my PowerPoint, but I took notes from animal control. Just what is CDBG? I took the definition of the funding, or what the program is, directly from our Housing and Urban Development website, or HUD. The Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program, provides annual grants on a formula basis to states, cities, and counties to develop viable urban communities by providing decent housing and suitable living environment, and by providing economic opportunities, principally for low and moderate income persons. This program provides annual grants to cities, like I just mentioned. It is based on population, so they have a formula in which the funds come through the HUD department, and based on the county, county's population, some money comes to the counties, and the counties go ahead and push monies towards the cities based on the same formula on population. That is a basic funding source that we get from the CDBG program. But at the same time, the program itself has different grants and funding opportunities in which the city could, if they qualify, we can put in our names in the hat, so our project could be reviewed, and if we are selected for those projects, we could potentially get a very generous chunk of money to fund XYZ projects that the city might be in need.
Let me make a quick statement on that. So, for instance, there's two ways that you can participate as part of the CDBG program. One is that you can participate under the umbrella of the county, but I don't like that because we get a for sure dollar amount every year, but the dollar amount is very limited, and then we can actually go after grants directly and compete directly with the state, and which the city is under that program. And this last grant, we got it close to $3.5 million, which is that sewer line project. So we can hit it big. We can get more money that way rather than being under the county's umbrella on small cities program. So thank you.
Absolutely. Just before I give you some examples of what we have funded through the CDBG, I just also wanted to share that each one of the agencies that receive this type of monies, the funds are free, or I'm sorry, the agencies are free to determine what kind of program or what kind of project they want to fund with the program. There are certain requirements that need to be met in order for us to be able to use this money for a certain program. Some of those requirements that need to be met for each one of our projects, it's one, that they need to benefit persons of low and moderate income. Two, it needs to aid in the prevention or elimination of slums or blight. It also needs to meet an urgent development need, which is defined as posing as a serious or immediate threat to the health and welfare of the community. If one or more or all of these requirements are met, then we have a very solid project that we can go out and compete and get funding for it. Like I shared, some of the projects that the city has gone out and received funding for with CDBG funding, the most recent one is our sewer lift station. That is a grant that we were just awarded, and we just approved the construction contract for the for this project using CDBG funding. We also had a sewer line projects in 2020. We have updated our water lines in 2016, and we did upgrades to well 17 in 2013. Any questions on CDBG?
Council, any questions? Mayor? And then just in general, the question I have is, so obviously staff determines the priority of what projects to go after, correct? And then it comes to council for approval, right? Okay, no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Impact fees. What are impact fees? These are one-time fees that are charged to new development, and they're usually charged at the building permit part of the development. These impact fees are not supposed to be ongoing fees that are charged to residents or business owners. Impact fees may be used to fund facilities needed to serve new development. They're not supposed to be used for operations and maintenance costs, so we cannot use impact fees to pay for the monthly utilities for gas and electricity and water service in the facilities. And they are not for the share of facilities serving existing development. So we also cannot tap into any of the impact fees that are going to do, that would do an upgrade to something, to an existing infrastructure, unless we can justify it that it is because of new development coming to the city that we need to either expand this infrastructure, expand the services, or create something new because of the new development. Our development impact fees are not a tax or a special assessment, and we really need to be careful when we are doing or when we are formulating how much we are going to charge for this development. So because it needs to pay for new development, since it cannot be required to pay for existing deficiencies in our city, any amount that it may be found that it's unreasonable for the city to charge, it could be considered a special tax, and then it moves out of the impact fee category into a special tax category, and then it needs to go through a 2/3 voter approval for the residents. Our impact fees in general, they are meant to shift the capital growth, the cost from all of the taxpayers to the new growth for that section or that section of growth for the city. Normally, they're limited to water, sewer, roads, and drainage projects, but there's an exception, which I'll get to it, that it will cover city facilities. Also, it doesn't replace the need to issue old debt, but it can help pay off some debt. So for example, if we collect an impact fee for water, and at the time when the development is completed and we are at the phase of looking at the cost of the water project, if my water project is $3 million, but I've collected only $1 million, that means that the city will have to come up with the rest of the funding, either via some other funding source, or we would have to find some sort of financing vehicle in order to meet the need and complete our project. There are a lot of moving pieces that come into play when we are doing an impact fee calculation, but for the most part, the general plan, it's used in order for us to be able to get somewhat of an idea of what is the growth that the city will be experiencing within the next 10, 20 years. It is used to pick up on land use assumptions, what's industrial, what's commercial, what's going to be multifamily or single family. It takes into account any kind of the zoning codes for the city. It also picks up on any growth assumptions, whether it's from population or from any commercial or industrial businesses that we think that we are going to be attracting, or based on our zoning, we are meant to have certain number of businesses in our city, and we are subject, or the impact fees may be subject to AB 1600 limitations, which the AB 1600 limitations come into play whenever the development impact fee is created by a development in order to fund public facilities. So a public facility could be a library, a fire station. It could be any upgrades to the city administrative buildings. And then we go through the list of like, what are the city's future infrastructure needs? Are we going to need road widenings because of the general plan assumptions, because of the growth population, because the new businesses coming in? Are we going to need an expansion of our bridge, roads, and so forth? The City of Livingston's, the impact fee categories that we have that are existing today, we have 6 categories. We have a fire protection, we have a police development, we have municipal facilities, we have a parks facilities impact fee, street and bridges, and a storm drain impact fee. The fire protection impact fee, the purpose of this fee is to cover the cost of fire protection, buildings, facilities, and equipment, including any public improvements, services, and vehicles related to development projects. So assuming the growth of the population from the time the impact fee was created going forward, that is the percentage of the impact fee that we could use to justify a certain project. Our current fund balance in this fire protection impact fee account, it's $300,000. Our police development impact fee, also, it's collected to cover the cost of law enforcement buildings, facilities, equipment. The current balance, it's $268,000. We have a municipal facilities impact fee, which it was set up to cover the cost of public buildings, facilities, including community amenities, and anything related to development projects. We have a balance in that account of $950,000. We have a parks development fee, which it also, it was created to cover the cost of parks and open space related to development projects. Our fund balance in that fund, it's about $39,000. We have the streets and bridges impact fee, which it was also created to cover the cost of street public thoroughfares, bridge facilities created by development projects. The balance in that account, it's about $524,000. And our storm drain fee, which currently it's not being collected, it was created to cover the cost of storm drainage and flood control facilities, and we have about $9,000 in that fund. I know this is quite a high-level review, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much. Council, you have any questions, comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. On the previous slide, number 12, for the storm drain, is there a specific, this fee is not being collected? Is that due to, the council decided not to collect at one time, or what happened?
I'm not sure.
We're going to have to get back to you on that one.
Yeah, I would have to find out. I just know that we're not collecting this fee at the moment.
Okay.
Well, part of that, yes, but the other is there should still be, because of course you have the MS4 program that was just instituted by the state not too long ago, and that might have something to do with this. So we need to check.
Thank you. And then can you go back to number 7, slide 7, please? So can you re-explain it, because I wasn't able to kind of catch it all, especially the first bullet point, especially when it says costs from all taxpayers to new growth. What does that mean? Can you give us?
If you want me to do this, I could restate it in a certain way. So for instance, what that's basically saying is that if he's developing, okay, the rest of us here that are living in this area shouldn't be burdened with the cost of that cost associated with bringing everything to meet their needs, that what the developer's building. So that's basically what that is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood it correctly.
Yes.
All right, that's it for me at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Maria Soto.
Yes. Yeah.
Councilwoman, no questions? I have a quick question regarding the Municipal Facilities Fund. Does that include just it could be any improvements or facilities in regards to, What specifically could it be used for? As long as we justify that it fits in that definition, is that correct? Or is there specific things that need to?
Normally, municipal facilities encompass any infrastructure within the city that it is one of the fees that it's a little bit more broad in definition, that it's not set in stone saying you must allocate it for fire or police. Municipal facilities normally come into play with like city buildings, anything that benefits all the
public in general, probably, or
the general public without having something that benefits only one department or the other.
Gotcha. So could it be like, would it be, say, like a recreational facility where they say there's a conference room and a classroom that other departments could, like a mixed use kind of facility? Would that be able to be used, funds in regards to something like that, maybe? Possibly?
We would have to read
Yeah,
through like
okay.
each one of the definitions and make sure that
It
it
fit.
fits.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's pretty much it. I don't have any further questions. Public? Do you have any questions, public? You could ask right now if you want. Go for it.
Diego Castillo, so I had a question. This presentation is to explain to the public what the impact fees, or where the impact fees are allocated with the expectation of a possible increase. Is that correct, or no?
No.
Or is it just to explain?
Right now, it's just informational, and down the road, if council would like to look at possibly modifying that, because there's so many things that are tied to actually recommending, because right now, we're in that phase where we're addressing the general plan. We got all these assumptions. We got to do 4 master plans. That's tied to the AB 1600, which is tied to the general plan, which is tied to the service areas, future annexations. And so we're kind of just educating everybody, so as we're moving along, we start to connect all the dots.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you, Diego. On the phone, any questions, public? Can't hear any. So thank you for the presentations. We really appreciate it. I think it's important for us to get refreshers and new members get just a little information regarding these items that are very important and affect our community. So we really appreciate it. I know, like we mentioned further, it could be later on, have further discussions in regards to specifics. But thank you so much. We'll move on to item number 12, which is informational presentation on county revenue sharing agreement.
Perfect. So we wanted to bring this item up so we can have another informational session to our council, as we recently created the ad hoc committee to go ahead and start negotiations with the county, or approach the county for some sort of negotiations of a revenue sharing agreement. So with that, I wanted to just give you a little bit of background information and just go through why a revenue sharing agreement. What is it? Back in the day, 1968, prior to 1978, when we had, prior to Proposition 13, each local government could set property taxes or property tax rates and levy up to the market value, and it could go up to a 2.67%. So imagine having a home, and every single year your home property taxes go up, not just by the regular 2% inflation or even less, but it's just they could levy up to 2.67%. It'll just grow astronomically. In 1978, there was a Proposition 13 passed, and it capped the property tax that could be assessed or charged to the property owners to a 1%. It limited assessment increases to 2% unless there was a change in ownership. And that 1% tax, it's shared between all local agencies. So think about it, a home of $100,000, only 1% of that assessed value of that property, they could the county can charge property taxes on, so that's about $1,000. And from that $1,000, that $1,000 has to be divided in between all of the other local agencies, whether it's fire district, the general fund for the city, the general fund for the county. There's like mosquito abatements and so forth and so on. There's like the high schools, the elementaries, and all that. So coming to 1978 with the passage of Proposition 13 and capping the property taxes at 1%, all of the cities and counties, they were faced with a huge reduction in their property tax revenues because taxes couldn't go up anymore at 2.67%. They had to remain flat. Coming into this Proposition 13, counties and cities had to think about a different way in which to kind of make up the difference. And in one of those ways in which revenue sharing agreements were created. So for every rule, there is some sort of exception. So here's the legislative solution to that 1% cap in property taxes. So the California legislature added Section 99 to the California Revenue Taxation Code, which said that any time adding property, so there's an annexation to the city limits, which reduces the property in the county, it will require a property tax sharing agreement between the county and the city in order to divide or come into an agreement on how they're going to allocate that 1% that would go to the county and the city. So that is the revenue sharing, that coming into terms of anytime there's an annexation, how are we going to divide the 1% that we're getting on this assessed value of a property.
I just want to make a point here, and this is very important that I want you guys to understand. If you look at the California Legislature Section 99, this only talks about property tax sharing, not sales tax sharing. Okay, that's very key, and we'll talk about that later, but I just wanted to make mention of that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So based on this legislative solution, there's no annexations that will take place without a proper agreement set in place between the county and the city. So we had a revenue sharing agreement with the county, and I just wanted to give you a quick timeline. Back in 2004, in 2004, the county and the city established a tax sharing agreement. And at that point, we were sharing our property taxes. There was no sharing of sales taxes. Sometime between 2005 and 2008, the county determined that there was a conflict between the city's general plan and the county's general plan. So in 2009, the county decided that the tax sharing agreement with the city was null and they basically canceled the sharing agreement in 2009. Between 2009 and 2018, the city and the county have been trying to establish some sort of common ground to have a new sharing agreement. However, we have found ourselves back in 2018 to be very close, and I will have a slide next to show some of the pointers between these two agreements. However, those conversations stalled in 2018, and in 2019 we have a counteroffer proposal by the county, which now, well, the 2018 also included the sharing of our sales taxes. And just keep in mind that there is no annexations that could take place without a sharing agreement. So we are in the 2009 time period, since at that point our sharing agreement was canceled. So we haven't been able to do any annexations from that point on. Some of the definitions, and you have this in our PowerPoint presentation, as we're going to go through how our tax dollars are broken down. The annexation is the inclusion, attachment, or addition of any territory to the city.
We can skim through this one.
Sure.
Yeah, and then we can just go to the next one.
Is it okay to go
Yeah.
next?
Go to
Okay.
the next.
So this is what we have right now. I took this out of our 1920, our Merced County Assessor's Office, and this is a graph.
So you can see the graph and how it comes out to where the dollar
Yeah, this is
ends up.
the $1 that we collect out of every, the $1 that we collect for sales taxes, the 1% out of every 100, and that's how it gets broken up. Within the city of Livingston, this one does not have a pointer. Within the city of Livingston, the $1, it's broken up into 14% or 14 cents go to the county's general fund. We can see that some goes to Livingston Elementary, Merced High School. The city of Livingston receives 19 cents of that dollar for the city's general fund, and so forth. And it just gets broken up into our mosquito abatement, cemetery, some districts, and so forth. The Merced unincorporated property tax dollars, all those property taxes, they go directly to the county. So even though there are some areas that the city may be able to annex within our city limits, right now we can't. But in that event, we can see that $1 on the property tax that it's being picked up, the county's general fund receives a higher share. It's about 19 cents, and then it goes through the Merced High School, the community college, and so forth. So this is the proposals that we had back in 2018, in which the city and the county were having constant negotiation. And we've put them side to side, so there is an easy comparison. With the first, just to start, the county says that, we are to retain 100% of the base and any increments from the fire fund. The city said, you know what, this is what you're getting right now. You can go ahead and retain that 100% and any increment. So we were in agreement. The second line item, it talks about, like the county retaining 100% of the base, splitting any increments 75-25 with the city. We counter, saying, let's not do that. Let's go ahead and take the chunk for the ERAF out of the base, and any increments, let's go ahead and split them 50-50. That was one contentious point that we were in negotiations. The third item, they had asked that we do a sales tax sharing with them. So they were asking that between 2018 through 2021, December 31st, 2021, the city would share 2.5% of the city's 1% sales tax.
Let me jump in real quick. That the second point where it says city ERAF is subtracted from the 100% of the base and increment. Okay, we're asking to be treated the same as Merced. If the city of Merced got that, then why should we be treated differently? So I just wanted to make a point on that. Now, as it relates to the sales tax, remember I mentioned to you in Section 99? Section 99 says that we're supposed to share tax sharing with property tax, not sales tax. Right now, the sales tax that we get, we're using it. So just to put it in perspective, there has to be about 130 million of sales in town for us to get $70,000. Okay? $70,000 for 130 million of sales. And they want us to give that up? No, I mean, $70,000 is a lot of money for us, for our city. Plus, it's already money that we're using, so we would have to come up with other funding somewhere to cover that. And so that's why we kept saying, no, we should not share our sales tax.
Absolutely. The next request was that starting in 2022, the tax share would increase to 5%, not 2.5%. The city again said we're not interested in doing a sales tax sharing. The county proposes that we had a 10-year agreement with 180 days prior written notice before any end of fiscal year. We said, we can agree to that, to a 10-year agreement. There was a cancellation of the agreement will not affect the county receiving the sales tax. So then again, we said, if we cancel, everything goes no, but this portion of their request was that we continue to share our sales tax, and we said, we're not interested in doing that. It says, the city will agree to participate in future discussions to establish any agricultural mitigation programs and productive agricultural land converted to urban development. We said, sure, we can sit down and agree to participate. And the last item, it was that we will agree to communication and coordination with the county on general plan policies, which we were completely in agreement with. At some point, those conversations kind of stalled, and we had a second proposal back in 2019, and obviously there were some items that changed. The first one remained the same. The county retains 100% of the base and any increments from fire fund, which we had said, that was fair, and that's what they currently get. So it was the same as the prior agreement. So we left it unchanged.
Except that we wanted the fire fund to be separated from the tax sharing agreement, because we think that that's to be separate.
The general fund property tax under the 2004 agreement was a split of 75-25, and in this the second line, the agreement, they were counter proposing to do a 63-37. So it was a little bit higher to our advantage between the 75-25, so that was a good point. Then it comes to sales tax agreement. That effective January 24, the city would share 5% of our 1% sales tax. And that share would increase to 7.5% as of January 1st, 2029. Again, we said no sales tax sharing. However, there are some other cities within the county that do have this sharing of sales tax. Currently, I believe it's Atwater and Los Banos. So however, the taxation code, and we have remained firm, only looks at property tax sharing rather than any sharing of our sales tax. The next item, it's a 10-year agreement with 180 days prior written notice. The city officials and city staff have advocated that we set an agreement without a term, and the ability for either party to terminate unless a change in law or initiative making the agreement unenforceable, rather than having this 10-year agreement. The cancellation of the agreement will not affect the county receiving a share of the sales tax or property tax. Again, we said we would not like to entertain any sharing of that sales tax. And then the other two items, that the city will participate in future discussions and that we will agree to communicate and coordinate with the county on any kind of general plan policies in the future. Before I continue to the graph, we have presented to council at the time that, just to give an example, in the collection of our property tax estimates, we estimated that if a single-family home sells at $300,000, the property tax that would be collected from that home would be about $1,000, $1,150. And if we were to share the 6337, the county will keep $725, and $425 would be coming to the city for that one home. On the other hand, if we estimate a sales tax receipt that would be shared with the county based on the receipts that we are currently getting at the city, we would be paying $70,000 at a 5% sharing, or $105,000 at the 7.5% that we're sharing, or that they request that we share. And we just took this estimates and do a simple projection for a 10-year period, in which it tells us that even if the city grows and collects property tax dollars from all of the single-family subdivisions or any kind of estimated growth that we feel that we might get from those annexations, we would still be, those property tax dollars would still be less than any of the sales tax dollars that we would have to pay out to the county. So just this afternoon, I was sharing with a staff member, and I said, yeah, it's like I get 3 apples and I have to pay 5. And that's one way to seeing it. I mean, in the 10-year period, if we were to agree to a sales tax sharing agreement, we would be collecting less property tax than the sales tax dollars that we would have to share and give out to the county. So,
And the other piece of all of this that was also in the agreement was that we would have to, by ordinance, give up currently we received the funding that we would have to, the Board of Equalization, we would have to send all the money to them. Then we would lose all of our leverage. We would never get that back because you would never negotiate. They wouldn't give that up again, ever. So that was the other part. And by the way, this is something that the county passed without, our council necessarily being in agreement. So they passed it, but we, of course, are not in agreement, and so that's where we are today. Anyways, we just wanted to give you a nice little overview.
that is a quick overview of where we've been and,
Absolutely.
and where we need to go.
No, thank you. I appreciate everything, the presentation, and I know it's important that our council is aware, and it's a complex topic and issue, and we definitely need to address it and reach out for a sit down as soon as possible because, obviously we're running out of space and we need to eventually annex and, move forward for the well-being of our community. And like Jose mentioned, obviously, one of the things we have talked about is removing the fire fund, as a separate item of discussion, because within the fire fund, there's a lot of items, specifics, and that it should be addressed and discussed separately. But definitely looking forward to talking to the county and hopefully come up to an agreement we both, could benefit from. And as we said before, we just want to be treated, fairly and be respectful to each other and move forward. So I appreciate the informational presentation. What's that? You wanted to add anything?
All I wanted to share is one of the opening premises that we were saying is, look, right now the majority of the sales tax is already going to the county because we don't have TVs and refrigerators and all these things that Los Baños and Atwater and Merced have. So it would be great if we can help the county create a firewall here in Livingston so that we can stop the leakage that goes to Turlock, to Stanislaus County. So, work with us. And looking forward to working with council and coming to an agreement with the county that will that we won't be bleeding forever. Thank you.
Absolutely, you have a good point regarding that because as we know, a lot of people go outside of our city, obviously to shop, and they might go to Atwater, but a lot of people I know of firsthand go towards Turlock and a different county. So thank you for the information, presentation, appreciate it. I know it's late, and so we're really thankful. Let's just move real quick to any future agenda items. For me, I know some of the items had to be removed or else we would have been here till 2 a.m. But some of those items that we really want to talk about is the ad hoc committee for the dog park, or just park in general. The dog park, or park in general. That space we have available to us, and that'd be nice to transform it into something that we could utilize, especially that side of town. It lacks that ability for kids to go play, and a park with new development going on in the area. It'll be nice to see something like that. So let's bring it back. Council, anything else that you guys would like to talk about or bring for discussion or presentations or anything like that? Jose? Maria?
Now, I would just really like to move forward on the last two items that were presented. Again, we need to meet those with some urgency, seeing those. And just one question too, have we ever gotten back from Patricia Ramos as for the census and our growth, or is that going to be discussed sometime tomorrow, or?
No, we haven't, so we're going to have to reach out to her and see when we can get the latest numbers.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll do that. And yeah, before we forget, thank you for, I know we didn't mention it throughout the meeting, but we have a workshop tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing as many people as possible. And then in the future, I know I mentioned this to Jose, regarding just facilities and specifically a fire station. I know we talked about this, the PFIC. Sweet, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. And that's it. Meeting adjourned at 11:01 p.m. Thank you.